and disease management. Discover the benefits of supplements, nutraceuticals, and holistic health solutions to take control of your well-being. Don't miss the Med Lounge, Tuesdays at 7 p.m. on WTP 93.5 FM. Proudly sponsored by State Insurance Company Limited. Live in a better state of mind.
This is WTP Radio, 93.5 FM, coming to you from the biggest village in Little Antigua.
Tell me that said the Cal country you don't know. You're the Minister of Finance. You should know. You should know. Oh, really? Okay. Put the question to the union. All right.
Questions to ministers. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers. Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of sittings of the House and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills.
Thank you.
I recognize
Mr.
the
Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Member Barbuda. Have a good day. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the following bills for acts shortly entitled 1. The Antigua and Barbuda Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026. 2. The Banking Amendment Bill 2026. 3. The Airport Administration Charge Amendment Bill 2026.
Antigua and Barbuda Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026, the Banking Amendment Bill 2026, the Airport Administration Charge Amendment Bill 2026.
I recognize the Honorable
Mr. Speaker.
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the following bill for an act shortly entitled the Visiting Forces Bill of 2026.
The Visiting Forces Bill 2026, Public Business.
Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Bearing in mind, Mr. Speaker, the importance of the resolution to be discussed this morning, I hereby move a motion that the order paper be adjusted and amended so that we can start with the resolution first, Mr. Speaker. The resolution would be to discuss the white paper circulated by the government.
The movement has been seconded. And for the order to be adjusted. Okay. So, all those in favor? Aye. Those who are not? Okay, the ayes have it. Now I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to table a resolution of the House of Representatives on the principles to govern any arrangement for the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of third country nationals removed from the United States of America. And, Mr. Speaker, before I read the contents of the resolution, I think I want to frame the discussions so that the single member on the opposition side will understand that this is a very serious issue, an issue of national importance, and not one in which partisan politics should trump, and I mean no pun, the national interests. And I'm hoping that the member for Barbuda will understand the importance of this issue, and that he will join whatever developing consensus in order to address this very important issue. I also want to state here that this is not a contentious issue. This is an issue in which we are trying to get the best possible deal with the United States, and to do so in protection of our country. We are not resisting, we are cooperating with the United States, In fact, we signed a memorandum of understanding back in December of last year, agreeing to cooperate with the United States to take third country nationals. But there are certain conditions. We have to make sure, for example, that we do not attract criminals to this country. We have our own criminal problems already. And if we were to attract criminal elements from the United States, then evidently that could undermine our country's development and obviously reduce the quality of life of the people of Antigua and Barbuda in the event we were to see a surge in crime and violence. And this is really a sovereign issue, one in which we are dealing with the issue in a very mature manner. Again, there's no hostility. We just want to make sure that we ventilate this issue and to ensure, too, that the public participates in the discussions. I've raised this issue personally on a number of occasions, so the information is in the public domain. There are many people who would have written informally and formally about this issue. In fact, one of the most, I'd say, erudite articles that was written some time ago was an article written by Professor Justin Robinson, tagged "The Monsters Are Not the Migrants," and it speaks to a small state sovereignty. And he indicated here that the sovereignty of a small state is not for sale. In fact, I will file a copy of the article with the Parliament because I felt that it was a well-written article, one that captures the essence of our concerns, and indicating that Antigua and Barbuda is not seeking here to be obstructive. We are fully cooperative, but at the same time, we are duty-bound to protect the national interests of Antigua and Barbuda. We have indicated time and time again that we are seeking to build a lifestyle superpower here in this country. And a lifestyle superpower doesn't mean that we have to be the wealthiest country in terms of financial resources, but one in which we have high per capita incomes, one in which, for example, Antigua and Barbuda as a small state will continue to enjoy a very high per capita income, currently at about $23,000 per head. We're trying to get up to about $30,000 per head within the next 5 years. And one in which we have very low levels of crime and violence. I imagine the absence of crime and violence is abnormal, so each society would experience some level of crime and violence. We want to make sure that the crime and violence here is at a minimum so that Antiguans and Barbudans can feel safe. And we all know, too, that if we were to attract additional criminal elements here who could potentially destabilize our country, then it will undermine economic growth and development. It will undermine the quality of life of our people and literally undermine that aspiration of becoming a lifestyle superpower. So again, we're dealing with this issue in a very responsible way. And I want to state from the outset that this matter engages two important principles. We're seeking, in the first instance, to preserve Antigua and Barbuda's sovereignty and the maintenance of our long-standing and valued relationship with the United States of America. So again, look, we understand that our development is inextricably linked to the progress and continued advancement of the United States. So it is not in our interest to have any acrimonious relationship with the United States. To the contrary, we have to continue to be a very friendly and cooperative nation, but not to the extent where it undermines our own development. And this is where the issue of mature diplomacy comes into play, and one in which we have stated respectfully our position to the United States. And we expect them to listen. We don't expect them to punish us for standing our ground on issues that could undermine our development. And, we have said to them, for example, that, we understand that they have their unresolved migrant issue. We're willing to cooperate, but again, not to the extent that Antigua and Barbuda becomes a dumping ground for their immigrants, not one in which we do not have a well-secured agreement to avoid attracting or even inadvertently receiving criminals from the United States. So our government approach on this issue is neither with hostility nor with haste. We've been negotiating now for months. In fact, the first engagement on this issue was August of last year. And we wrote back to the United States indicating to them, certain conditions. So, for example, at the time we said we would not have taken more than 10 persons per year. We've asked for financial support, which they have agreed to, and I believe two other countries that have accepted these immigrants so far, that they have given some form of temporary financial support. I believe the cap is no more than 2 years, but I presume that so far some countries have gotten up to 3 months financial support for these individuals, those who have accepted third country nationals so far. So again, we're not seeking to protract these negotiations. Again, as I said, we're not going to act out of haste and then get an agreement that ultimately will undermine our quality of life here in Antigua and Barbuda. So we have examined the proposal carefully. We have done so responsibly and certainly in the best interests of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Now, we are fully aware of the diplomatic asymmetries between Antigua and Barbuda and the United States. The United States is a $30 trillion economy. Our economy is about $2.5 billion US. We have 100,000 people. The United States is probably approaching 400 million people. So there's no issue about a fight here. We know that we cannot fight with the US and succeed. But what we do know is that we can stand maturely and speak to our national interests, our sovereignty, and to get a good deal. And that is precisely what we're seeking to achieve here. Not to frustrate the United States, not to be uncooperative, but to exercise maturity in dealing with what is a very sensitive issue. They're trying to get rid of their immigrants, and they're looking for cooperative countries. Now, I have to admit that at one point we became extremely concerned early in the game, and that would have really been the basis too of us ensuring that we have a good agreement, because most of us would have seen the video of Secretary of State Marco Rubio indicating that the United States was seeking countries that will cooperate with the United States to get rid of some of the most despicable people in the world, some of the most despicable human beings. And he quoted pedophiles, rapists. Now, clearly, the United States don't want them in the United States. We don't want them here. In fact, we have some criminal elements that we would like to get rid of, too. So if we can get 1 or 2 cooperative countries to take some of our criminals, we'll be very happy. So, and I say this with no hostility to the United States. I say this without any fear or favor, standing in the Parliament of Antigua and Barbuda, and for the United States and all other individuals to understand that we have to defend the sovereign interests of this country. We took an oath in this Parliament to do exactly that. And if it is that we are going to acquiesce and do so out of haste, not taking into consideration our parliamentary oath, then we would have violated that oath and would have acted inimical to the interests of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And that would have made us unworthy to continue to govern this country. We believe that we're worthy, and that is why the people of Antigua and Barbuda voted for us resoundingly during the April 30th general elections, in which we won 15 of the 17 seats. And that is because they have the confidence in us that we will utilize diplomacy, we will negotiate smartly, but at the same time, we will not compromise our country to the extent that we will inadvertently or complicitly allow anyone to destroy our country. Now, we know what is at stake. We know that the United States could take punitive action, and already there are visa restrictions against Antigua and Barbuda. But if we were faced with an option of not taking criminals and to have visa restrictions, we'll go for the visa restrictions, because accepting criminals will destroy our country. But I must state here that the negotiations at this point do not indicate that Antigua and Barbuda is obliged to take any criminal elements. I want to make that abundantly clear, that all of the formal exchanges of agreements that we've had so far, that the issue of accepting criminals is not on the table. Where we had a difference was that the agreement did not expressly state that they will not send us criminals. So during our last round of negotiations, we indicated to the United States, well, hold on. You did not expressly state that you would not send us criminals. So what they indicated to us is that they could not expressly state that because someone who committed a visa violation is a criminal. So we said, okay, fine. We can then amend the language to state that we will not accept criminals with the exception of individuals who may have been involved in visa violations. And we say that too in the context that here in Antigua and Barbuda, we have had thousands of people, literally on an annual basis, who have violated our immigration laws. And we have been very sensible about it. Many of them are CARICOM nationals. And what we do practically every 4 to 5 years, we go to Parliament and we pass an amnesty to help them to regularize their status in the country, to make sure that they can live and work here, rather than to stay on the ground and to become criminals. So for us, if there are individuals whose violations are only visa violations, and especially they have skills, we'll welcome them here. Because we have certain skills shortages. We need nurses, we need specialist doctors, we need even specialist construction workers. So if we can get those type of persons who may have committed visa violations, then we will accept as many as we can, especially considering that we have a certain paucity of skills in certain areas. What we don't want are criminal elements, and we don't want any lighters either. So if you're coming here without a skill, and you have a history of not working in the United States, and especially those who may have migrated years ago and became a burden on the United States system, and I'm speaking to non-Antiguans here, third country nationals, and you have been literally burdening down U.S. social services, including their health care and their, well, I call it their food stamp program, and they want to come here to Antigua and Barbuda to be a burden to our government, we don't want them either. That is why within this agreement we want to make sure that we accept only individuals who we believe can make a contribution to the development of our country. Otherwise, you will have a transfer of burden from the United States to a small, powerless country, as I said before, from an economy of 30 trillion to a country with an economy of $2.5 billion United States dollars. Now, if the United States, with $30 trillion in economic activities, cannot sustain these individuals, how do you expect a small country, literally on the margins of the global economy, will be able to sustain these laggards? We don't want them here either. So we are trying to sort out an agreement in which we decide on who we accept, and we'll be very particular to make sure they're not criminal elements and that they are not laggards. Now, there's a lot of information out there in the public domain, especially coming from our political opponents, in which they argue that we have already signed off on the agreement. What we signed was a memorandum of understanding, and an MOU, as everyone knows, is not binding. It does not oblige Antigua and Barbuda to receive any person. It grants no automatic right of entry into our country, nor does it diminish our sovereign authority to determine who may enter, who may remain, or depart from our territory. So, one of the reasons why we have come to Parliament is to make sure that all of the documentation is fully filed with the Parliament. So if our political opponents wish to continue with their misinformation, disinformation, and continue to peddleize within the society, obviously to score cheap political points to create mischief, at least, we would have filed all of the documentation with the Parliament of Antigua and Barbuda, and any Antiguan or Barbudan who may be interested in getting the information can come to the Parliament. In fact, we'll also send a copy to the archives as well, because we notice that sometimes, people try to rewrite history, and we don't have a strong policy of, securing information and data, and many people, especially if they live longer than most, they start to promote their own history. So we will be filing the information with the archives. Now, when the United States subsequently proposed operational arrangements, so first of all, you had the MOU, which was non-binding, which now will be followed by an operational agreement. And this is where the devil is in the detail, that we want to make sure that we get a very good operational agreement that does not have the potential to undermine our country. So when they sent us the operational agreement, and there have been several iterations so far, we found them unacceptable. We therefore rejected those proposals and submitted our own counter-proposals, one that, or proposals to that matter, that places the interests of Antigua and Barbuda first. Again, I want to emphasize, none of this should be construed as being uncooperative. We are cooperating, but we have to protect the national interests of Antigua and Barbuda. Bear that in mind. Now, we said to them there can be no automatic intake of persons into Antigua and Barbuda. There can be no acceptance of individuals with criminal records, other than immigration-related violations, as I spoke about earlier. There can be no acceptance of unaccompanied minors or persons with unresolved asylum or protection claims. Every individual case must be considered separately, and Antigua and Barbuda must retain the absolute right to approve or reject any proposed individual without explanation. This is where we are seeking to exercise our sovereign right to determine who we accept. Furthermore, no person should arrive in Antigua and Barbuda unless all legal, security, financial, and administrative arrangements
Drinking water. Located at Crabs Peninsula, we are open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. from Mondays to Fridays. We are also located on Lower All Saints Road, open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. from Mondays to Thursdays, and 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. on Fridays. On Saturdays, we are open from 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Purchase your empty bottles and get your 5-gallon bottle refills at either of our branches. Paradiso Drinking Water.
Hello, summer.
Hey, yeah, yeah.
Hello, INET summer.
Hello, summer.
INET is heating up the summer with these sizzling deals. Sign up for INET Fiber and spin to win up to 100% off installation. Plus, sign up for the Ultra 50 plan and pay only $150 for the rest of 2026. Join INET Mobile and get a free prepaid SIM with 6 gigabytes. Or go postpaid and get a free Samsung A07. Plus 50% off the first 3 months. Hello savings. Hello discounts. Hello INET Summer.
Hello.
INET. Hello, summer.
This is WTP Radio, 93.5 FM, coming to you from the biggest village in Little Antigua.
This engagement today that we will see. You know, information travels instantaneously. And when members of the opposition are more responsible and their political activists say certain things, they end up in Washington instantaneously. And all you'll be doing there is to just provoke the ire of the United States. So here's a situation which recognizing the paramount strong position on having a mature discussion, not an obstructive one. But if the opposition now comes into the fray and make it hostile and create all kind of mystery. You undermine precisely what we're doing here,
that
in which we're trying to get an agreement that is acceptable to the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. And that is why I said that when you're dealing with the most powerful opposition as well to see this issue that we cannot as a fundamental divide and national issue. You know, this is perhaps one of the first times that we have seen the type of diplomatic aggression towards a small state. And it also has to do with this issue. No doubt about it, because I've said time and time again, there is no criminal conduct insofar as I am concerned publicly, personally, any member of my family or any member of this administration. In fact, we value our administration as easily one of the most transparent administration anywhere in the world. And that is why I keep challenging the opposition or political opponents with all of your fat chat and all of the rhetoric that you have out there, all of your misinformation, disinformation. You cannot even bring a scintilla of evidence, not even circumstantial evidence, to back up your claims of corruption. You know, a case in point, information travels instantaneously. Is when they accuse me of stealing $10 million and their political activists say certain things, and they colluded with persons external of Antigua and Barbuda, including and all you be doing there is law firms provoke the ire of the United States. And so they took us to court. Which we are taking they got an order, a strong position to look into all financial having a mature discussion, all transfers, not an obstructive myself, my wife, who is also a member of Parliament, my son, my first son, who carries my name, and all our companies to determine if there was a single bad transaction for the last 6 years. And they could not come up with a scintilla of evidence because there's none. So I'm straying a bit to say that this issue is a fundamental national issue that requires the cooperation of all. And when the member for Barbuda speak, I hope that we'll get some form of responsible discourse. You know, trying to speculate and to use a blame game and so on, it doesn't help the national cause. And I hope that the people of Antigua and Barbuda will start to hold members of this honorable house, especially those on the other side, responsible for the utterings. Because there's some who believe that they can come here and say the most outlandish things because they have parliamentary immunity, and then, you know, they get little noticement, but then they put the country's reputation at risk. As a progressive small state, that is not the way in which we should operate. If the members of the opposition believe that they are a better team than us, that they can run the country better, then come up with proposals. So, for example, we expect when the member for Barbuda speaks that he can look at the proposed agreement, and if he feels that there are certain weaknesses and he has better suggestions, of course, when we get to committee stage, we'll make the changes. But coming here to carpet us and to curse us, it doesn't help the national interests. So again, as I said, I'm trying to put this issue into context. Now, Mr. Speaker, the question before us is not whether Antigua and Barbuda should cooperate with the United States. Again, as I said, we are cooperating. So I don't want anyone to believe that we are uncooperative. We have never been uncooperative. All that is happening here is that we are exercising our sovereign right to speak responsibly, maturely with the United States, to let them know precisely what our concerns are, and to have the United States address those concerns before we sign anything. And I think that is a responsible thing to do. Now, we already cooperate extensively in matters of trade, tourism, security, investment, education, disaster response, and mitigation. Even migration. We have been cooperating fully with the United States. They have called us on many occasions and many issues. They've asked us to support this, to support that. And when our foreign minister speaks, if he gets here on time, he will confirm different areas of cooperation. In fact, when it comes to cooperation, we have been far more cooperative with the United States than any other country within this region. Even most recently, when Cuba filed a resolution which was heard at the United Nations, the United States asked us not to support it. Now, we're not going to go against Cuba, so we abstain. The other Caribbean countries, many of them, and I'm not saying that they did anything wrong, but they supported the resolution, debating the resolution at the UN. So we are not doing this out of fear. We understand the importance of the United States. 80% of what we consume comes in the United States. Most of our tourists comes from the United States. So it is not in our interest to fight the United States. However, if the United States is going to do anything, and I don't believe that they necessarily may be doing this out of spite, but in their haste to get rid of their third country nationals, some of whom are criminals, they could inadvertently dump them on us. And we're saying, sorry, the consequences will be too severe. And whereas we've been fully cooperative on many issues, most issues, on this particular issue, we cannot cooperate with you. You have to understand the potential impact, the destabilizing effects of criminals, and to make sure that you do not inadvertently destabilize our country. So that is precisely what this resolution seeks to achieve, Mr. Speaker, or Deputy Speaker. It establishes clear principles and safeguards. It affirms that Antigua and Barbuda retains complete sovereign discretion. It requires full vetting, full funding, complete documentation, and clear legal status for any person who may be considered. It preserves our right to suspend or terminate any arrangement should circumstances warrant. So let's say, for example, that in the agreement, they say that they're not sending us any criminals. And next thing, they try to force us to take criminals subsequently. We have the right to suspend the agreement. So these are some of the terms that we have enshrined in our agreement, not only looking at the existing possibility today, but also providing safeguards for any potential future requests that could undermine our interests. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, this will provide our government with sufficient authority to continue discussions with the United States and to manage an important bilateral relationship and to do so responsibly and collectively. Again, I cannot emphasize how important this bilateral relationship is. Antigua and Barbuda is a small nation, but I want to remind everyone that we are a sovereign nation. Let us not forget that. We value our friendships, but we also value our independence, and we value the quality of life of our people. And we have worked very hard to advance this country in the last 12 years. It has been heavy lifting. The average Antiguan and Barbudan will tell you, if you ask them, that they have seen significant improvements, not only in their personal living standards, but generally within the country's economy, even within the social services during the last 12 years. And I believe that's one of the reasons why they voted overwhelmingly for us. So, again, we value the quality of life of our people, and we value our sovereignty, we value our independence. We, however, believe in cooperation, but cooperation must be fair. Cooperation must be balanced, and it must be consistent with our national interests. If any nation asks us to do something that is not in the national interest, that is not cooperation. That will be weaponization of diplomacy, in which you're using the power asymmetry to force us to take decisions that are inimical to our interests. And I likened such a position, and let me remind you again, there's nothing of that nature in the agreement, but based on certain articulations that were made in Washington, we have a right to speculate that there may be other motives. But I can liken this to someone holding a gun at your head and giving you poison to drink. So the dilemma is, you either drink the poison and die of a suicide, or take the bullet and die of a homicide. So take your pick. I know in that case, I'm not dying of the suicide. Mr. Speaker, the resolution before this House, I believe that it strikes a balance. It is not offensive. It is a small state standing tall, standing firm, exercising its sovereign right to negotiate a sensible agreement with the most powerful nation on earth, and to do so in the protection of the national interests. And what this agreement will do, it will protect our people, it will protect our sovereignty, and it will also protect our relationship with an important partner. And I believe that the leadership in the United States are the reasonable people. And having heard our concerns, I would imagine that going forward there will be nothing but respect for the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, it ensures that any future decision remains firmly under the control of Antigua and Barbuda. And again, as I said, we expect a very positive outcome, and we recommend the resolution to this Honourable House. I will now read the content of the resolution for the benefit of the members and certainly for the public. And it reads as follows. Whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the government of the United States of America have shared a long-standing history of diplomatic relations, friendship, and cooperation. And whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the government of the United States have entered into a memorandum of understanding concerning the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of nationals of third countries removed from the United States of America, and whereas that memorandum of understanding preserves the discretion of the government of Antigua and Barbuda to consider whether to accept any person proposed for transfer, and does not by itself require Antigua and Barbuda to accept any person, and whereas the government of the United States of America has transmitted a series of draft operating procedures intended to give practical effect to the proposal, and whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda, having considered those proposals, has identified important legal, financial, security, humanitarian, administrative, and capacity concerns, has made counter-proposals intended to protect the sovereignty and national interests of Antigua and Barbuda, and whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda remains committed to maintaining and deepening its long-standing friendship and cooperation with the government and people of the United States of America, while preserving its sovereign right and constitutional responsibility to determine the conditions under which any person who is not a national of Antigua and Barbuda may be admitted to or remain within its territory. And whereas, as the House of Representatives considers it appropriate to establish the principles and safeguards within which the government of Antigua and Barbuda may continue its engagement and negotiations with the government of the United States of America on this matter, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House that 1. The government of Antigua and Barbuda is authorized to continue to engage and negotiate with the government of the United States of America concerning the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of nationals of third countries in a spirit of friendship and cooperation, and with full regard for the sovereignty, laws, security, capacity, and national interests of Antigua and Barbuda. 2. Antigua and Barbuda will not accept any standing, automatic, or open-ended program for the transfer or reception of third country nationals, nor any arrangement under which the United States of America is entitled to transfer a predetermined number of persons without the prior approval of the government of Antigua and Barbuda in each individual case. 3. Any person proposed for transfer shall be considered solely on a case-by-case basis, and Antigua and Barbuda shall retain complete sovereign discretion to approve or refuse any proposed person. 4. Only such limited numbers of persons, if any, as the government of Antigua and Barbuda determines can responsibly be accommodated may be considered, having regard to the country's absorptive capacity, public resources, national security, domestic and international law, and the availability of adequate funding and support. 5. No person shall be approved for transfer unless that person satisfies the eligibility criteria determined by the government of Antigua and Barbuda. The government is satisfied on the basis of sufficient information provided in advance as to that person's identity and suitability for consideration, and satisfactory written arrangements have been made concerning such matters as the government considers necessary, including documentation, funding, reception, accommodation, support, legal status, longer-term responsibility, and where applicable, onward return arrangements. Antigua and Barbuda shall retain the right to refuse any person proposed for transfer, to deny admission to any person who has not been approved or in respect of whom information provided is materially incomplete or inaccurate, and to require appropriate arrangements for the prompt return or onward transfer of any such person at no cost to the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. Any arrangement shall provide for the costs arising from the transfer, reception, accommodation, maintenance, healthcare, administration, security, onward movement or return of persons accepted under the arrangement to be met through funding arrangements agreed in advance to the satisfaction of the government of Antigua and Barbuda, so that the implementation of the arrangement does not impose an undue financial burden on the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. The government of Antigua and Barbuda may, where it considers it appropriate and in the national interest, agree to the participation of an international organization or other competent third party in the implementation of any arrangement, provided that the nature and scope of that participation, including its responsibilities, funding, and accountability, are agreed in writing to the satisfaction of the government of Antigua and Barbuda. 9. Antigua and Barbuda shall retain the right to suspend or discontinue its participation in any arrangement, in whole or in part, whether the government considers such action necessary to protect the sovereignty, security, laws, capacity, or national interests of Antigua and Barbuda. 10. The principles set out in this resolution shall constitute the framework within which the government of Antigua and Barbuda is authorized to continue its engagement in negotiations with the government of the United States of America. Within that framework, the government may negotiate and agree such detailed terms, procedures, and safeguards as it considers necessary or desirable in the national interest. 11. No transfer of any person to Antigua and Barbuda shall take place unless and until the government of Antigua and Barbuda is satisfied that the necessary legal, operational, financial, and administrative arrangements have been agreed in writing, and that the proposed transfer is consistent with the principles established by this resolution. 12. For the avoidance of doubt, the adoption of this resolution shall not constitute approval by Parliament of any draft operating procedures or other proposal presently under consideration, nor shall it by itself authorize the transfer of any person to Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, I just covered the contents of the resolution, and I recommend this resolution to this Honourable House for its consideration as we seek to dispense of this issue maturely and in protection of the interests of the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The honourable member from Barbuda.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I should say I rise to make my contribution as I normally say. But Mr. Speaker, let me just say that a matter of this magnitude is extremely important, significantly important, one that will affect not only the lives of Antigua and Barbudans today, but also would have significant impact on the future of the people of this country. One must recognize what's before this Parliament is unprecedented. Unprecedented in many ways, Mr. Speaker. One can ask, how we got here. One can ask, why are we placed in this position? I will, however, say, Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding who would have been in government, this would have been before the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that one cannot, at least for me, properly debate this resolution for several reasons. Mr. Speaker, I traveled here yesterday for this parliament sitting. I forfeited something very important in Barbuda to be here, because it's important. It's about 7:36, Mr. Speaker. I happened to check my email, and I recognize that the resolution, the memorandum of understanding, was apparently attached in an email. I received my package on Saturday. There was no memorandum of understanding. This memorandum of understanding was signed by this government in December last year. We're coming to the parliament to speak on this issue, very important issue, and there's no memorandum of understanding. When I saw my email, I tried to open it, Mr. Speaker, and when I opened it, the file was damaged. So I couldn't even open the file. And I came here this morning, that's 7:30 last night, you know, and I met, Mr. Speaker, the said memorandum of understanding sitting at my desk, at least the desk I occupy for now. For now. It's here. And Mr. Speaker, what is astounding about this is that the memorandum of understanding that's attached here is not signed. The Prime Minister said to this country, and I want to be correct, that there was a signed, non-binding memorandum of understanding by the United States, signed by the United States and Antigua and Barbuda last year. So why come to the Parliament giving us an unsigned draft of a memorandum of understanding? Where is the one that was signed? I want to see whether or not what's placed before the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is the same as the one that was executed by the government of Antigua and Barbuda. A matter as serious as this, Mr. Speaker. And it also speaks to the operating procedures as well. Several things that's important to make this a valued judgment and an informed decision on this. Mr. Speaker, that's not the way it's done. Your Chief Parliamentary Counsel, let me get her nomenclature correct, Chief Parliamentary Counsel, that's correct, must have gotten instructions. She circulated the bills, and it was not circulated with our bills. I'm looking at you, it was not circulated with our bills. So what the last minute thing? What is it about? Well, your printer broke down, and then you come with an unsigned MOU to this Parliament. Antiguans and Barbudans should be tuned in to listen to what everybody has to say. It's not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. Nothing should be hidden. Nothing should be hidden in something like this. Nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, the ayes have it, and I know the ayes will have it. But what I want to say is 15-1, fine. You shouldn't even come here. You shouldn't even come here if that is the case. But what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is this, that I heard the member for City West elaborating, explaining, and saying what he wants about a poison and a gun to his head, examples and all that. I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, the same thing that Donald Trump said to President Zelensky in the Oval Office. Antigua and Barbuda don't have no cards. What's your cards? Where are your cards? Where are your cards? You have no cards. I'm listening to you. You're speaking as if, oh, I might accept 75,000 per person. You have no cards. I want Antiguans and Barbudans to hear me. Antigua and Barbuda have no cards. Listen to me, man. You have your chance, man. Come on. You have your chance. Oh, gosh, you have your chance. Well, listen if you want to hear what I'm saying. Listen. Just listen. Listen. Just listen. All right? Yeah, it's what, 15 to 1? Just listen. All right? So, Mr. Speaker, the question is, in terms of where we are today, What is it, or what is the right thing to do? That is the question. Negotiation, obviously, Mr. Speaker, has to be something that is considered and that's put on the table. But, Mr. Speaker, when you look at Antigua and Barbuda's position today, you have a situation where the most stringent of measures, and we haven't concluded this yet, the most stringent of measures when it comes to visa restrictions applies to Antigua and Barbuda and Dominica only. Even before this. So this is something else. So my question would be, Mr. Speaker, is that if you're placed in this position, and the Prime Minister mentioned nothing at all about this, what is our proposed reciprocity, reciprocal arrangement? What is it? What is it? No, I am asking. Because one, Mr. Speaker, you came with these things, and Mr. Speaker, I gave the Prime Minister a chance, and the matter is very serious. I gave the Prime Minister a chance. And I'm alone this morning. All right? I'm saying I accept negotiation has to be the way. I said that. So I'm saying to him, he don't have no cards. I say to him, if it is, that's what he's doing. That's what the government is going to do. Then what are the reciprocal arrangements that's been sorted by Antigua and Barbuda? I don't think that's an unreasonable question to ask. Because I don't know. Right? So this is not a... Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. This matter ought not to be partisan. No, you must accept critical... Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking for me. The leader is I'm speaking for me. I am speaking. You send leader here today? Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that this matter ought not to be partisan and political because it will affect all of us. All of us. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, given the precarious position of Antigua and Barbuda, and I still maintain we don't have no cards, right? Given the precarious position of Antigua and Barbuda. I went to Miami, Mr. Speaker, just after the election, just to relax a little bit. And Mr. Speaker, I went up to the immigration officer, me and my wife. I said, listen, I went through a long election. I'm just here for 4 days, just to relax and unwind a little bit. A lady, these ladies, no disrespect, but sometimes they're very rowdy. Sir, notice you have Antigua and Barbuda passport. You're only allowed 30 days, no more. I said, ma'am, I only want 4. But I just want to inform you, sir, that Antiguans and Barbudans are allowed a maximum of 30 days. I said, not 1 month, 30 days. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is what the lady said, 30 days. There's a month having 31 days. 31 days too. So, Mr. Speaker, I was taken aback by that because I said to myself, this is quite interesting. I was on another flight to Miami, Mr. Speaker, and the same university I attended, a friend of mine's son is going to that university. And her visa expired. And she said to me, Mr. Speaker, because that was her, we went for a funeral, and she said to me, she will come back and obviously apply to try and see if she can ensure that she can visit her son. I mentioned all these things just to show where we are. And Mr. Speaker, obviously she came back and she applied. Businesswoman, independent, have resources that she can support herself and her son, because obviously the son is going to a private university. And she was denied. United States have that right, don't get me wrong, to deny anybody. So she has an issue now going and seeing her son. More so in a year and a half when he graduates, another issue. If you listen, you hear. All right? So, Mr. Speaker, my point is the Prime Minister of this country has an obligation, as well as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Member of St. Paul, to let Antiguans and Barbudans understand or to let us know, to tell us Why is it that Antigua and Barbuda at this time, Mr. Speaker, is placed in a position, forget this for now, where things are almost at the highest element of hardship when it comes to United States travel restrictions? I would love to know that. Because you see, if that is the case, and the United States is requesting a quid pro quo, then we ought to know. That's all I'm saying. We ought to know about transparency, Mr. Speaker. In 2000, Mr. Speaker, and 5 or 6, just about 2005, I think, the then Secretary of State of the United States was one Condoleezza Rice. And Mr. Speaker, there was a meeting in the Bahamas where CARICOM met with the Secretary of State. And I represented Antigua and Barbuda. Honorable Prime Minister Baldwin Spence at the time was engaged, and I represented this nation. And we had the meeting at Paradise Island, for those of you, Mr. Member for Rural North, you know Bahamas very well. And one of the things that was said by the Secretary of State then, Condoleezza Rice, to all of us, I wasn't the head of state, Ralph was there, that the United States of America commends Antigua and Barbuda for the slew of legislation that they've passed in the Parliament that shows the world how serious they are about accountability and transparency in government. That was said. We were looked at that time as a country that was admired by the United States. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not reporting secondhand. I was there. I was there. There's nothing acrimonious about it. I was there. And so from then to now, what has happened? Is it, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister is telling this Honorable House, or should be telling this Honorable House, that the United States of America has serious issues with a CIP program, and that has caused the relationship and certain things to deteriorate to a level where Antiguans and Barbudans are negatively affected? Tell us that. Let us know. If not, just tell us. Mr. Speaker, I've said to my colleagues in Barbuda all the time, my colleagues on the council, leadership is hardship. There's no nice thing in leadership, and no level playing ground and fairness. Leadership is hardship. That is what it is. So when we're in this position, we are to be serious, and we are to let people know what the situation is, straight up. At this stage in my life, Mr. Speaker, I only want to do God's will. I am not a person at this stage of my life who is going to say anything because I want to please anybody. I want peace and peace of mind. You know, there's this debate, Mr. Speaker, about peace and love. When Jesus Christ was leaving this earth, he never told his disciple, I'm leaving love with you. He said, listen, my peace I live with you. You understand? Peace, that's what he said. You don't go to church, or you would know often enough. So, Mr. Speaker, a matter like this, that's before us. And I want to say unequivocally that the United States is our biggest trading partner, and the United States is a country, a superpower, that Antigua and Barbuda ought not to agonize. And Antigua and Barbuda must recognize that without good relations with the United States, our country will be plummeted and will end up in a situation where we'd have serious problems. And visa is just one thing. You understand? Visas are just one thing. We shouldn't have been here in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, it brings me to my other point. It brings me to the other point, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about the whole Caribbean. Brings me to the other point. It brings me to the other point, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister just came back from heads of government meeting. And I hear them talking about all kinds of things. And sometimes I wonder if it's not a curse, though. But the CARICOM leaders, Mr. Speaker, those that are affected, could not even come up with a common position on this matter. You see, Mr. Speaker, a situation like this that is affecting and has affected other countries. Jamaica took some already, Mr. Speaker. St. Kitts took some. And here you are, heads of government meeting. And these guys, you are guys, cannot sit down and come with a position, come up with a common position, so that this issue can be dealt with in a uniformed way. It would have been easier for us. Insularity or not, one should have had at least a common position. And I know the man for City West would agree with me, because he have said it. So here we are, these small 2x4 countries, trying to be macho. Some of them trying to be macho, without cards or even the box that the cards came in. Putting our people in a precarious situation, Mr. Speaker. Look at the single market. So the member for City West, when you grab back up, look at the single market. So when, Mr. Speaker, not if, when Antigua and Barbuda will finalize this arrangement, and we would have gotten some of these deportees, not if, when. Are they free to move around the Caribbean? Are they free to travel from Antigua and Barbuda to Montserrat? Do they have that legal status to go to St. Kitts if they want? We need to know. One must understand, Mr. Speaker, when, not if, they arrive here, that they have full constitutional rights like anybody else. You know that? The freedom of rights like anybody else. Our constitution determines your rights because as long as you come here, you have constitutional protection. All right? Interesting. Right? So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to really grapple with what's before this Parliament. Antigua and Barbuda, and listen, I speak straight to you. Antigua and Barbuda don't have a choice. Antigua and Barbuda does not have a choice. So if it is, I want to be very clear. Nobody go and quote me otherwise. All right? Right. I'm here. What? You don't have no cards. But yet still, you're trying to, you can say what you want in it. The Prime Minister can say what he wants in it. Right? He can say what he wants. Because the Prime Minister of this country is acting purely out of emotions. And none of us like the situation. Nobody, purely emotional. Or if there are criminal elements, I prefer to give up the visa. Nobody can travel to the United States. Listen to me, Mr. Speaker. I am saying to the Prime Minister and this Parliament, right? I am saying to the Prime Minister and this Parliament that a matter like this, Mr. Speaker, ought to have had a wide and I would say island-wide slew of consultations. Even with the Bar Association, civil society, Mr. Speaker, the Chamber of Commerce. If you don't want it to be in a situation where you have the average person coming in not understanding, get some buy-in and consensus. You still don't have no cards. You don't like that. You don't have no cards. You beg. You have no cards. You have no cards. Y'all don't like me to hear that? Y'all have no cards. You're begging the United States to accept some position because you have no cards. That's what it is. You have no cards. I don't know why you want to be macho with that. I don't understand which part of my English language cannot be understood. You're going begging them because you don't have no cards. That is what it is. Now don't cross-talk me with that because I don't want people to misunderstand what I'm saying. We have no cards. Yeah, that's what it is. When you get up, you can speak about it. All of us, I mean, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, Antigua and Barbudans deserve better than this. Come into this parliament, Mr. Speaker, without any sort of town hall meeting, any involvement, interaction with anybody else. And this is what it's about. Well, you get up and say something else, Mr. Freeland, member for St. George. You want to, what I'm saying, you get up and say what you say. At the end of the day, I know the eyes have it, but I'm saying what is brought to the parliament today is an injustice to the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And why? A memorandum of understanding unsigned. Get me a signed copy, and I want to compare it with this. Right? And also, Mr. Speaker, bringing it to the House today. And I want to ask, member of St. Peter, have you seen the memorandum of understanding before? Have you seen it before today? He laughing. Have you seen it? Member for All Saints West, have you seen the memorandum before today? Member for St. Mary's South, have you seen it before today? None of them can answer. None of them can answer, Mr. Speaker. And we're coming about the seriousness of something like this today. Publish where? Publish where? Well, nobody have seen it, so maybe the published didn't have seen it. Not even your cabinet colleagues have seen it. That's all right. So, Mr. Speaker, just wrapping up. I don't smoke weed, so I don't deal with crowds and so. So, Mr. Speaker, wrapping up, I just want to say that the situation that faces us today ought not to be partisan and should not be political. And one must respect persons' viewpoint on this matter. And the government is in charge. You're doing whatever you're doing. As far as I'm concerned, as I said, Antigua and Barbuda's best interest has to be the paramount thing. Not to include, well, to include our access to first world, to the United States, to do business, to go to school, if we have to do that, Mr. Speaker. And also the whole question of our economic survival, which is tourism, right? Tourism is our main engine for this economy, and all those things must be taken into consideration. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what was done, I'm just wrapping up, in Jamaica. But I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that Jamaica, well, first of all, let me say this about Jamaica and Grenada. Grenada and Jamaica published, he said he published the memorandum of understanding, I haven't seen it, but they have published theirs. As a matter of fact, in Jamaica, the memorandum of understanding that was signed by Jamaica was actually debated in their parliament as well. It hasn't been done so in, yes, it has been. It has been. It has been. Come and show me otherwise. Not Grenada, Jamaica. Check it. Check it. And Mr. Speaker, what was also instructive is that in Jamaica last week, they took a decision on whatever premise to re-engage their Cuban counterparts to re-accept Cuban nurses. And I'm saying all that to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure, I don't know, speculating if there's any sort of synergy or any connection with anything that has been negotiated. But the Prime Minister, Holness, announced that last week, that they're re-engaging with their Cuban counterparts in terms of having arrangement to regain the Cuban nurses. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, the entire situation of our country must be taken into consideration, the impacts. Prime Minister says 80%, but it's more like 85, 87% of our economic movements, goods, services, and otherwise, depends on the United States. So whatever decision is made has to take that into consideration and has to ensure that persons understand that our people should not be left behind, and our people must be given that sort of future arrangement that will see their growth and development like any other nation. And my advice would be, as well. I know there are disparities for the CARICOM region, whether the OECS / the wider CARICOM, to look at some sort of unified position to see how we would be able to confront the situation given the seriousness of it. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of very serious concern to the people of this nation and, in fact, to the people of the Caribbean as a whole. Now, Mr. Speaker, because we're 108 square miles, Mr. Speaker, 162 actually, with 100,000 persons, yes, we must open our doors and allow in criminals, to include pedophiles, drug pushers, because we have no cards. We must allow society to become completely upside down, turned upside down. It takes, Mr. Speaker, in a small country like this, only about 15 commandos to control the whole of Antigua and Barbuda. 5 criminals can run havoc in this country. 5. And Mr. Walker, the member for Barbuda, is saying that we must allow the Americans, that's what we meant, to come here in this country and do what they like.
Speaker, on a point of order. A point of order, Mr. Speaker. I don't want the member to be imputing an improper motive. I did not say that.
That's exactly what
I did not say that. You can't tell me to sit down.
Exactly what you said.
I did not say that.
You said that.
All right? So you can't.
No
We have no cards, but never said what you said. Never said what you said.
Sit down.
All right? You can't tell me to sit down, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You can't tell me to
Now,
sit
Mr. Speaker,
okay.
I would have thought that Mr. Walker, my friend from Barbuda, who was exposed to tertiary education, who went through the history books and understood what we suffered, who would understand American history and the development from 1789, who would have seen how they treated all the black countries around the world. And when your Secretary of State can say the most despicable persons must leave our shores, and we must open our doors to take them unrestricted
Because we have no cards.
because we have no cards.
Utter foolishness.
I can't understand this gentleman at all. And I want the people of this country to understand that is what he's saying. Don't fool it, all these niceties, Mr. Walker. I expected you to do something different today, to come and defend our little beautiful island of Antigua and Barbuda. But instead again, Mr. Walker, you made politics, partisanship, play and sway your motions, and speak not both sides, all 4 sides of his mouth. That's not good. And Mr. Speaker, when we look at the resolution, this is what it says. Resolution of the House of Representatives on the principles to be on the principles to govern any arrangement for the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of third-party nationals. I want to repeat it so the people can hear me. Open your eyes. Listen. Not with your eyes, with your ears. But listen to what I am saying, my friends. The resolution debated today is the principles to govern any arrangement for the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of third-party country nationals removed from the USA. Mr. Speaker, I read the resolution. I saw the principles espoused. I saw the principle to be applied. And this government is extremely responsible in making these principles govern their thought process when considering who's to come here. Note, Mr. Speaker, with respect, that on the 19th of May 2026, 3 persons were sent to Bastille, St. Kitts. But who they were? They were CARICOM nationals. 1 from Belize and 2 from Jamaica. And the offenses were immigration matters. Nothing to do with hardened pedophiles, gun runners, drug dealers. You understand? 3 came to Bastille in May of this year so far. We know that we can't stand in the United States, we can't match them up. We must at least accommodate them because of the important part that they play in our society. But we are independent. We are sovereign. We have our rights. We have to protect our citizens. We have to make sure that there's security and peace in this nation. Antigua is known for 3 things: sun, sand, sea. And 2 other things: safety and security. We have to make certain that this country remains safe and secure, so persons can come and invest in this country, tourists should visit this land and walk free, not have pedophiles, not drug dealers, not gun runners in our society. And if you were to follow Mr. Walker, we would open the door, and whoever will may come. Not this time, sir. This government is too serious a government to allow that to happen. We will not allow our country to be used as a dumping ground for any other country at all. We have a great responsibility, and this responsibility is the people of Antigua, and yes, Mr. Walker, Barbuda as well. Mr. Speaker, when we speak in this House, you know, it's recorded in Hansard, because pupils, scholars, researchers, many years down the road, will go to Hansard and examine the contributions made by us in this House. And when they examine what you say, Mr. Walker, you will be placed in history where you ought probably to be placed, at the rear of the class.
In the dustbin.
You understand? You must make sure that your statements always reflect truth, Antiguanness. I am a come from, I am a born. All those terms, you know, have one thing in mind: nationalism, pride in our country. Here's where we come from. That is what we need, Mr. Walker, not partisanship. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm certain that when my friend from St. Paul speak, he would outline the diplomatic background of the situation. But my purpose as AG in this country is narrower. I wish to place, Mr. Speaker, this House before it, the legal and constitutional position, to explain what has and has not been agreed, and to identify the safeguards that must govern any further negotiation. And of course, Mr. Speaker, whenever we think of that, the first thing we speak about is our Constitution. As we all are aware, the Constitution is the supreme law of this land. It gives Parliament, this Parliament, the power to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of the state. It also gives to the Cabinet, this Cabinet, the general direction and control of the government, while making the Cabinet collectively responsible to Parliament. and I speak now as the Attorney General. And as you know, I'm the legal principal advisor to this government. Now, those provisions in the Constitution require both branches of government to act within their proper spheres and in accordance with the law. And today, I read what I say because what I say will become part of Hansard. So in 2294, you would have remembered that on the 14th of July, 2026, the AG made this speech in this House. I will not be here, but my spirit will be. The executive is entitled to conduct the foreign relations to Antigua and Barbuda and to engage in discussions with friendly governments, as we're doing now with the United States of America. But no memorandum, diplomatic understanding, or operating arrangement can provide or override the Constitution, amend any act of Parliament, authorize any lawful expenditure, or dispense with the requirements of our immigration laws. Let's look at what has happened so far. On December 19th, 2025, my government, this country, signed an MOU concerning the possible transfer of third-party nationals to this country. Let me point this out to you clearly. The document is expressly non-binding. It states that it's not intended to create rights or obligations on international or domestic law, my friend Mr. Walker. It does not, I say to you today, establish an automatic or continuing arrangement on which Antigua and Barbuda must receive third-party nationals. It doesn't say that, Mr. Walker. What it does, though, is that it preserves Antigua and Barbuda's complete discretion to consider any proposal in whole, in part, or not at all. It also allows either government to continue or discontinue at any time the discussions in which it is involved, just by giving 90 days notice. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I say to you, take note, the signing of the memorandum did not admit a single person to the state. It did not give the U.S. a right to send anyone here. It did not give any proposed transferee a right to remain or into Antigua. It did not commit any public funds. What it did, though, was to permit two governments to explore whether a lawful and carefully controlled arrangement could be devised. The exploration produced what a proposal from the United States was derived and transmitted to Antigua in May of 2026. So I share with you, my friends, listening to me this morning, the contents of that particular proposal. What did they propose? This proposal contemplated persons with final or expedited removal orders, proposed a flow of as many as 10 persons each month, required Antigua and Barbuda to respond within a compressed period, limited the information to be supplied to what was available unknown to the U.S., and did not contain any binding commitment of U.S. financial resources. What did this government do? We did not accept that proposal. That must be stated without qualification. We refuse to accept that proposal of May 2026. Bear in mind that a proposal made by another government is not an agreement. The fact that it was examined, discussed, and answered does not mean that the terms Mr. Walker were accepted. As we all know, negotiation is a process by which the responsible government identifies what it can accept. In addition to that, what it must reject, and further, what protections it must secure. We followed up with this statement on the 8th of May by way of a counter-proposal. Our counter-proposal, my friends who are listening to me, was based on the legal constitutional interests of this country. It restricted consideration to persons with final orders only. It excluded persons with criminal records other than immigration violations. It excluded unaccompanied minors and persons with unresolved asylum or protection claims. It preserved Antigua and Barbuda's right to refuse every proposed person without being required to give reasons. Additionally, it rejected the concept of automatic monthly flow of persons to our shore. This counter-proposal, my friend from Barbuda, required that no person leave the States unless the full cost of reception, settlement, accommodation, health care, welfare, security, administration, and any onward or return arrangements had first been secured in writing by the U.S. or another agency acceptable to Antigua and Barbuda. It required the immediate return at the U.S. cost of any person who had not been approved and whose documentation was materially incomplete or inaccurate. Further, Mr. Speaker, it also preserved Antigua and Barbuda's right to determine the legal status and conditions of stay of any persons under our laws, and our right to suspend or discontinue the arrangement in our own judgment. Mr. Speaker, with respect, all those who read the white paper will observe that these principles are included in the white paper. We pause for cause. Welcome, Mr. Speaker. The legal position on admission must also be clearly understood. And Mr. Walker, note this, please, if you will. No foreign national can acquire a right to enter and remain in Antigua merely because another country wishes to remove that person from its territory. Admission to Antigua must be lawful under our immigration laws in this state. The individual status, conditions of stay, rights, restrictions, and possible departure must fall within our proper legal foundation. The government, my government, our government, must also act consistently with our obligations internationally, including the principle of non-refoulement. We cannot receive a person under one arrangement and later find ourselves unable to send the person back from whence they came. That is why, Mr. Speaker, documentation, legal status, funding, and return responsibility are not secondary matters to be resolved after arrival. They must be resolved, my friends, I tell you, before you leave the USA to come to Antigua and Barbuda. If any final arrangement requires legislation, we must come to Parliament to pass that. It requires, I continue, administrative or security arrangements. The responsible agencies must be satisfied that those arrangements are workable and safe. no diplomatic instrument can be used to bypass those requirements. My friends, lend me your ears. Antigua and Barbuda has consistently cooperated with the U.S. Immigration Department in accepting the return of Antiguan and Barbuda nationals who have been deported from the States. Between March 2025 and June 2026, this country accepted all 5 nationals identified by ICE for deportation. That is our responsibility towards our own citizens. Mr. Speaker, the white paper is not presented as a complete agreement, nor is this House being asked to approve a concluded cooperation agreement. None exist. The white paper placed before this Parliament the government's present assessment and the principles that have guided its counter-proposal. Those principles should provide the government with a clear parliamentary mandate, but Parliament should not attempt to negotiate every clause, every timetable, or every administrative detail from the floor of this House. That is the function of negotiation. The role of this Parliament is to determine the governing principles and the limits within which the executive may proceed. The role of the executive is to negotiate within that mandate, to seek improved terms, and to report appropriately to the situation as it stands then. The government must therefore retain sufficient room to negotiate language, procedures, and reciprocal benefits. But that negotiation flexibility must not be confused with authority to abandon the essential protections placed before this House. In my view, as I conclude, the essential protections are these. 1. Antigua and Barbuda must retain complete discretion over every person proposed. There must be no automatic or continuing intake program. There must be no acceptance of persons with criminal records, unresolved protection claims, or merely expedited removal orders. There must be complete and reliable documentation before approval. There must be clear legal status and conditions of stay. All financial and operational responsibilities must be secured in writing before departure. The U.S. must bear responsibility for the return of any person not approved or not lawfully receivable. Antigua and Barbuda must retain the right to suspend or continue this arrangement. So, Mr. Speaker, I say to you, my government has brought this matter before this House because the Cabinet is constitutionally responsible to Parliament for the public affairs that it administers. The House is entitled to examine the government's approach, to endorse it, or to modify it, or to indicate a different course. My recommendation is that the Parliament endorse the principles set out in the white paper while leaving the government sufficient room to negotiate an improved text that does not fall below those principles. If the U.S. accepts terms that are lawful, limited, fully founded, carefully controlled, and consistent with our national interest, the government may then consider the matter further. If those conditions can be secured, Antigua and Barbuda is under no legal obligation to proceed. That is the constitutional position. That is the legal position. And that, Mr. Speaker, in my respectful submission, is a position that best protects the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And I trust that those principles will guide the negotiations going forward. We cannot, we must not have an open door policy. We cannot, we must not open our society to those individuals who can be called the dregs of society, the criminals from where they came. Why should we have El Salvadorians or persons from all over the world come to a quiet paradise to create a havoc in the state? It must not be done. It shall not be done. And I ask, Mr. Speaker, that we adopt the principles in the white paper as we go forward in our future negotiations. Thank you, sir.
Recognize the honourable member for St. John's Rural North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was quite disappointed to hear the member on the other side, the member for Barbuda, this morning. I have before me the Antigua and Barbuda draft response to the U.S. proposal sent to us on May 8th, and our response was in December. If we had no cards, we'd just sign on May 8th. That's what they would have done. You understand my point? But, right. But I want, Mr. Speaker, to, if you'll permit me, because I know you weren't here, but the member for Barbuda, I'm talking about trying to really put down our CIP program and implying that that had something to do with the situation we are in now. And I wanted just to touch on a few things. Our CIP program, Mr. Speaker, is the most robust, strongest, best due diligence, best run CIP program in the entire OECS. And that's a fact. You can ask any of the agents, and one of the complaints they always have is we take too long with due diligence. Why do you think we take too long? Because we want to ensure that when you get citizenship, every possible angle is checked before you do. Now, Mr. Speaker, I happen to have spoken with a gentleman last week who invited me to have a coffee with him. And the purpose was that meeting was to say to me that he felt so proud being an Antigua and Barbuda CIP citizen, well, a citizen, but through CIP. And he said, I can tell you this, Antigua and Barbuda's CIP due diligence is the strongest I can ever imagine. I had to provide everything and go back and go back and go back. So, Mr. Speaker, to imply again that there's something wrong is just out of it. And, you know, every 6 months we present in Parliament here, and the Speaker for Barbuda, member for Barbuda should know this, an update of all of the countries where we provide citizenship to. That is, I'm sure we are probably the only one that is so constant with that. And speaking about the Auditor General has the right to go to the CIP and get whatever information, as he has done in the past, I'm told. So to imply that this has not been done is just not correct. Now, the other thing I wanted to point out here, Mr. Speaker, is that when persons don't realize that when they go on the social media platforms and they berate our various corporations, in this case, Citizenship by Investment, Citizenship Unit, it travels all over the world, as the Prime Minister says. And people start to believe, even locally, that that is a cause of what is happening. And so it's unfortunate because there's so much investment in Antigua right now as a result of that CIP. In Barbuda, the Speaker, I was there when the Speaker said he welcomed the Nobu investment in Barbuda. That's a CIP investment. We have the Marriott at Yeptons. I was there on Saturday, went to do a site visit, and it's coming along very well. We have the Elite property, which is Barrett's property. Barrett is an Antiguan, or was an Antiguan. We have the Moongate properties, which is Again, Antiguans, Gay Heshmi is the principle for that. So you have about between 500 and $1 billion US in CIP investment through this country. So to just, put it down and berate it is not right. I tell you something else. Most of the issues related is because some of the islands, not Antigua, are very fast in how they approve their due diligence and so on. And a number of them were caught on the selling. So I think it is unfair, and I just needed to clear that, Mr. Speaker. All right? Now, I wanted to, at this point, also point out, he mentioned Jamaica. Jamaica doesn't have a CIP program, but Jamaica is accepting third country nationals. How do you explain that then? You understand what I'm saying? So he's come here today to give implication that the CIP is really one of the causes. But Jamaica doesn't have a CIP program. How do you account for that? And I want to say something here, Mr. Speaker, something that I experienced. The Prime Minister, I reminded the members of the Cabinet about it last week. Some time ago, when we were negotiating with the United States government, and by the way, we won the case with the WTO, they appealed it, and we won the appeal. And the appeal, by the way, when the Lesterbird government went to take them to the WTO, the then opposition berated him and said, that ain't going to go nowhere, nothing will happen. I don't know if you remember that, Mr. Speaker. We won the case, the U.S. appealed, we won the appeal. They had 10 years in government, but again, I guess maybe that's the experience he has. They had no cards. So nothing came out of it for 10 years. I can tell you this. I had occasion to know that one of the meetings that was held towards the settlement, the distinguished representative for Antigua at the time said to the U.S. delegation, well, you know, we went to Parliament and we passed everything that we can now put aside the copyrights. As you know, that was one of the ways the WTO said we could get back what we would have lost through the gaming situation. And he said, you know, we passed that and we can, we have a right now to go and put that aside. When he was finished speaking, the head of the delegation leaned across and said to him, if you or your government only try that, there are things that will happen to you and your country that you can't even begin to imagine. Right away he pulled back, and that was it. The point I'm making is, yes, might is right, and the golden rule was gold rule. When you consider the position of Jamaica, they don't have CIP, as I said, but one of their concerns is tourism is very important to them. And the U.S. government has the right to stop American carriers from coming to your country. If we lose our tourism, the Prime Minister alluded to it, 60-65% of our GDP gone down the drain. All of those hotel workers and restaurateurs and tour reps and so on, all of those folks, by the way, the ABWU represents the hotel workers. So what would be their position to say, stand up totally and say no, don't accept anybody? So it is a balancing act. We have some people, of course, and they probably have it made, or maybe they have a green card saying, hey, don't take anybody. And then the other folks saying, we don't have no cards. We're trying to strike a balance whereby we can stand up and say with dignity and pride This is what obtains. This is what we're asking to put into the agreement, and that is what we're looking for. You know, I feel really, really disappointed, but I suppose we can expect nothing else, that the leader of the opposition on such an important matter has absented himself. He is the lone voice for the opposition in Antigua, and he's chosen not to be here. How can you explain that to your people? I guess he feels the same way. We have no cards, so no need to come. Whatever you do, we don't have no cards. Do what you have to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to also, at this time, congratulate the Prime Minister and the Cabinet for keeping the country notified. And I tell you this, you would have seen on social media where a number of people writing and say, I wish my Prime Minister was like you, because a lot of things going on we never knew till we see people arriving. And you have that even in Jamaica, it became a real firestorm because they never told anybody anything in any detail. There were questions asked in Parliament, but it was never presented to Parliament. The opposition in Parliament put questions to the government, and I don't even think they answered them adequately, but up to now, from my understanding, nothing has been tabled in Parliament, unlike what we are doing today. So again, I want to end by congratulating the Prime Minister and the Cabinet for presenting this white paper. And I want to also congratulate the member for Barbuda for being here, even though he figures we have no cards. At least he showed up, you know. Attorney General, one of the things I think that we need to look at and is that those folks that are coming in to the other islands, even nationals of those islands that may have committed serious crime, we should try and see if we can get amongst the Caribbean that we have a register so that we can protect our people. So if somebody, because we have relatively free movement in the Caribbean, more so in the OECS, but we need to work to see if we can have a register of deportees, so that if you have, for example, a pedophile sent back to a country, whether it's Jamaica or one of the other islands, that person may obtain naturally as a citizen a passport, come into Antigua. We're supposed to have a register, but that person won't be on the register unless we know. So I want to end by just asking that if we can work to have that included. And I support the efforts of the government to try and resolve this matter in a balanced situation, realizing that we have, I wouldn't say we have no cards. With whatever cards we have, we try and play the best hand we can with it. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for my late arrival, first of all, having attended the funeral service of someone near and dear. Mr. Speaker, in that regard, I have missed the initial presentation by the Prime Minister. I heard on my way some of the comments by the Attorney General, and I sat through most of the comments by my colleague, Minister of Tourism and the member for St. John's Rural North. Mr. Speaker, I wish to first announce that I align with all the sentiments expressed so far by my colleagues, because they represent the thoughts and views of a government working in sync and in the interests of all Antigua and Barbuda. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to make my own contribution to this debate emanating from the government's white paper on the proposed by the U.S. government regarding the transfer of non-nationals to other countries, including ours. There will be much mischief be made or attempted to be made by this issue, and Mr. Speaker, it must be noted, must be commended, that this government has decided to bring this matter to the people of this country via this white paper, via this motion before the august body of the Parliament. Mr. Speaker and members, Every government hopes that it will never have to choose between difficult alternatives. But governing is not about dealing with easy questions only. It's about making difficult and tough decisions in the interest, I qualify, best interests of the people. And that is exactly why we're here today. This debate is not simply about immigration. Neither is it about the United States of America. It's about something fundamentally much bigger. It's about how Antigua and Barbuda, as a small independent nation, responds when a close and powerful neighbor and friend asks something that raises serious questions for our own sovereignty, our laws, our security, and our future. This is the issue before this House. Everything flows therefrom. Mr. Speaker, before I do the white paper itself, allow me to say something that I hope every member of this House will accept and agree with. And that is that this matter should never, ever have become a partisan issue. Governments come and governments go. Oppositions change, even their names from time to time. One thing is constant: Antigua and Barbuda belongs to all of us. And when questions arise that touch the sovereignty of our country, or immigration policy, international obligations, and the welfare of our people, our first duty is not to any political party. At least should not be to any political party. It must be, ought to be, should be to Antigua and Barbuda. I therefore wish to approach this debate in that spirit, not simply as minister of one political party, but as a minister responsible for foreign affairs and foreign relations of our country. It is my responsibility, he added, to explain what happened, why it happened, the choices government faced, the decisions we took, and why I believe they were the right decisions. Mr. Speaker, many people have asked a simple question: why did the government even engage the United States at all? It's a fair question and deserves a straight answer. We engage because responsible governments do, and do not make important decisions in ignorance. They do not refuse to listen before they know what is being proposed, and they do not confuse engagement with agreement. If a close friend comes to Antigua and Barbuda with a proposal, the responsible course is to hear, to listen, to hear, to study it carefully, to measure it against our Constitution, against our laws, and our national interest. Then, if necessary, say no. Or we may say, no, not in those terms. And that is exactly what we did. Mr. Speaker, I want to be equally clear about something else, that this government has never accepted that because we are small, it should think small.
And we have no cards.
We are a sovereign nation. I repeat, we are a sovereign nation, small in size, equal in dignity. Our flag carries exactly the same weight and legal standing in the community of nations as does the flag of any larger state. And that principle has guided our foreign policy since independence. There might have been deviations when other people run this country, but under successive party administrations, that has been an unshakable and immovable position. Mr. Speaker, that guides us today. But let's also be honest. While states are equal in law, they are not equal, or we're not equal in influence. Some countries have greater economic power, greater political weight, greater ability to affect the fortunes of others, and that is a simply reality. The responsibility of a government is not to complain about that reality. It is, however, or alternatively, to navigate it wisely. That means protecting our sovereignty without isolating ourselves, maintaining our friendships without compromising our principles, working with our partners without surrendering our judgment. That is exactly what this administration set out to do, and I report to this nation today exactly what we've done. So, Speaker, some have suggested that we have simply said no on the first day, and that might have produced attractive headlines. But are we about headlines only? The substance of government is about headlines. we would also not necessarily have protected Antigua and Barbuda's interest, because leadership, Mr. Speaker, is not measured by how loudly a government speaks. It is measured by how well it protects the interests of its people. And so we listened. We examined every proposal. We took legal advice. We consulted officials. We assessed the implications. And when we concluded that important parts of the proposal were not in Antigua Barbuda's best interest, we simply rejected them. Not publicly, for effect. Then some who want sound bites. I heard one member of the opposition say, oh, where's the member of parliament, the foreign minister? He's quiet, he's silent. You don't negotiate with noise. The Prime Minister directed this process. Ambassador Sanders, who's domiciled in Washington, where the United States seat of power is, he carried out discussions on that territory. But we were at all times were very firm, very clear, and very resolute. Mr. Speaker, we rejected them not publicly for effect, but directly through negotiation. That is how serious governments conduct serious diplomacy. From the very beginning, the government approached this matter with 5 clear principles. 5. Those principles never changed. They guided every single discussion. They guided every draft, and they guided every decision made. Again, I repeat, the Prime Minister led this from the front. Ambassador Sanders did his work as he's appointed and assigned to do in Washington. Yours truly as Foreign Minister was kept abreast, and that's how you negotiate. Against to the chairman of the UPP, who expected noise and jingle bells around. It's not Christmas yet. This is a noisy issue. This is an issue that strikes at the very heart of our democracy. And so I want this morning to report to the nation that the first principle was that Antigua and Barbuda would never agree to a standing program under which people could routinely be transferred to a country. This was never acceptable. This is still today not acceptable. And if it comes back to us tomorrow, I can say before it comes, it will not be accepted. The second was that every proposed case had to remain entirely within the sovereign discretion of Antigua and Barbuda. I go back to the conversation. We are a small but sovereign state. No country, no matter how friendly, no matter how large, can decide who comes into our territory. That is a decision that belongs entirely to Antigua and Barbuda. It belongs to no one else. Third, we would not expose the people of Antigua and Barbuda to any unknown legal, financial, or security risks. If there were doubts, they had to be resolved first. If there were gaps, they had to be closed. If adequate protections could not be achieved, then there could simply be no agreement. Fourth, Antigua and Barbuda would not become responsible for the financial consequences of another country's immigration policy. Our taxpayers should not, I repeat, should not be asked to carry that burden. And fifth, any cooperation had to produce a fair outcome for Antigua and Barbuda. Friendship requires respect. Friendship requires respect. Respect requires reciprocity. And those 5 principles shaped every discussion that followed. Mr. Speaker, once those principles had been established, we examined the Memorandum of Understanding that was signed December 2025. There has been no misunderstanding about that document. Some have spoken as though Antigua Barbuda was signed away our sovereignty. We did not. It's an MOU. Others have suggested the government secretly agreed to receive unlimited numbers of third country nationals. Neither is that assertion true. The memorandum did not commit Antigua and Barbuda to receive a single person. It did not establish a program. It did not create a legal obligation. It was and remains a non-binding memorandum of understanding. And it expressly preserved the right of Antigua and Barbuda to decide in every individual case whether any proposal would even be considered. That distinction, Mr. Speaker, that distinction, colleagues, that distinction, fellow nationals, is a fundamental one. Agreeing to consider a proposal is not the same as agreeing to accept it. The memorandum gave the United States the right to ask. It did not give the right to accept or to expect. And it certainly did not oblige Antigua and Barbuda to say yes. The Speaker, the real issues arose afterwards. The U.S. submitted detailed operating procedures. That is when government had to decide whether the proposals met the 5 principles I just outlined. And to the nation, I stand in this parliament telling you, they did not. The answer was no. The proposals contemplated transfers not only of persons with final removal orders, but also of persons subject to expedited removal. They envisaged up to 10 persons every month. Important information was provided only where available. There was no binding commitment that every financial obligation will be kept or met, and important questions concerning legal responsibility remained unresolved. In short, the proposals ask us to assume risks that no prudent government should accept. And you know Antiguans and Barbudans, or Prime Minister Gaston Alfonso Brown. Say whatever you like about him. We know we can depend on him when it comes to defending the rights and interests of this country and its people. Mr. Speaker, that was the moment of decision. We could have simply walked away. Or we could have accepted proposals that did not adequately protect our country. We did neither. Instead, responsibly, we negotiated. We said to the U.S., these terms are not good enough. They do not sufficiently protect Antigua and Barbuda. If there is to be any further discussion, the framework must change. And change it did. Once we made it clear that the original proposals were not acceptable, the government did not stop there. We did not simply criticize. We did not simply complain. We put forward our own proposals. In other words, we did what responsible governments do. We did not say, this will not work. We said instead, if this matters to go any further, these are the conditions that must protect Antigua and Barbuda. So you can see from the get-go, we were very clear, very deliberate in what represents Antigua and Barbuda's interests. The result was that the United States produced several proposals, and we countered each of them with our own counter-proposals. The last year's proposal on May 5th, 2026, and our last response of May 8th of this year have been distributed to members of the Honourable House. At this point, I believe it's only right, Mr. Speaker, that I acknowledge the outstanding work undertaken on behalf of this nation by our Ambassador to the United States, His Excellency Sir Ronald Sanders. From the beginning of these discussions, Sir Ron represented his government and country with professionalism, clarity, and determination. Acting on the instructions of the Prime Minister and the government, he has been at the forefront of the engagement with senior U.S. officials in Washington. He has examined the proposals with great care, identified the legal, financial, security, and humanitarian concerns requiring attention, and argued firmly, albeit respectfully, for the arrangements that protect the interests of Antigua and Barbuda. And like I said before, I repeat for emphasis, all of this was done under the watch and direction of the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, while Sir Ron was there working, he knew that this was not an easy course. He did not yield where the national interest required firmness. And he has not allowed the display in size and influence between our two countries to weaken his resolve or our resolve when it comes to defending Antigua and Barbuda's position. On behalf of the government, I wish to place on record profound appreciation for his dedication, his forthright advocacy, and the quality of his work throughout these discussions. Small states depend not only on political leadership, but small states depend also on the quality of men and women who represent us abroad. And this country, our fair nation Antigua and Barbuda, can count on outstanding representation in major capitals of this world, in Washington, Sir Ron, in New York, Dr. Webson, in London, High Commissioner Karen Hill, and other jurisdictions. This country is blessed with a cadre of ambassadors negotiating on our country's behalf at all times in our best interests. We have been well represented in these negotiations, and this Honourable House should know that, Mr. Speaker, that we place on record our profound appreciation for the work done. Mr. Speaker, the first change we insisted upon in the US proposals was simple but fundamental, that there will be no standing program. There will be no standing program, no pipeline, no automatic transfers. Every proposed case would stand on its own. Every case would require the approval of government. Every case could be refused. So it's not only presented to us. We established by negotiation the right to refuse anything presented. And that was our first red line. The second was equally important. We made it clear that only persons with final removal orders could even be considered. Persons who were subject to only expedited removal would not qualify. And you may ask why. That's because we were not prepared to receive persons whose legal position might still be uncertain. Nor were we prepared to expose Antigua and Barbuda to legal disputes that should properly be resolved before anyone is asked to leave the United States. The third change concerned criminality. We said, and this nation have heard the Prime Minister say publicly, that persons with criminal records other than immigration offenses would not be accepted. We also excluded unaccompanied minors. We excluded persons with pending asylum and other protection claims. Those exclusions, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, were very deliberate. They reflected our assessment of Antigua and Barbuda's capacity and our responsibilities under international law. Mr. Speaker, the fourth change concerned information. No responsible government should be expected to receive anyone without knowing who that person is. And so we insisted upon full documentation. No partial documentation. Not documentation where available, but full documentation. Medical information, criminal history, biographical details, biometric information, information about any asylum claim, and sufficient time for our own authorities to examine every case before making a decision. That is not bureaucracy. That is common sense. The fifth change was financial. We made it absolutely clear. So Lester Brody said we made it pellucid that Antigua and Barbuda would not become responsible for the costs arising from another country's immigration policy. If anyone came to Antigua and Barbuda under any future arrangement, the financial responsibility had to be settled before that person left the United States. We were absolutely clear on that. Issues of accommodation, healthcare, welfare, security, administration, any onward travel, any return arrangements, everything had to be covered. And it had to be covered in writing. Not a promise, not to be assumed. It had to be agreed in a written document. So, Speaker, there was another safeguard. We insisted that if anyone arrived in Antigua and Barbuda without any prior approval, or if the company information proved materially incomplete or inaccurate, we would have the right to refuse admission and require the immediate return of that person. Again, this is not an unreasonable position. It is a minimum protection that any sovereign government should require. Mr. Speaker, there's one further change that illustrates the difference between the original proposals and Antigua and Barbuda's position. The U.S. proposals contemplated up to 10 persons every month. We rejected that approach. Instead, we proposed that if, and only if, every condition had to be first satisfied, the total number that could even be considered during the whole of 2026 would not exceed 10 persons. After which there would be a complete review before any further discussions. That is the difference, Mr. Speaker, between an ongoing program and a tightly controlled, limited arrangement. It is the difference between open-ended expectations and sovereign discretion. The difference between accepting another country's proposal and negotiating terms that protect Antigua and Barbuda and our interests. Mr. Speaker, when people ask whether the government simply accepted and what was put before us, the answer is no. From all I've said so far, all reported so far, you'd realize that the answer to everything until now presented has been no, because it simply did not meet our own standards. Our own interests were not protected. We changed the framework. We strengthened the safeguards. We narrowed the categories. We reduced the numbers. We insisted upon complete discretion. We insisted upon complete information. We even insisted upon complete funding. And we insisted that Antigua and Barbuda should not retain the right to suspend or terminate any arrangement whenever it judged that doing so was in the national interest. That is not capitulation. That is negotiation. That is the essence, the fulcrum of diplomacy. And if I may say so myself, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what the people of Antigua and Barbuda would expect and have come to expect from this Gaston Brown administration. There's another point that deserves to be made because it has been overlooked in much of the public discussion. Antigua and Barbuda has never failed to accept the return of our own nationals from the United States. When our citizens have been lawfully removed, we have accepted them. We have done so because they are our citizens. It is our responsibility. What we are discussing today is entirely different. We are discussing persons who are not citizens of Antigua and Barbuda, persons whose removal is sought by another country. That distinction is not a technical one. It goes to the heart of our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, every nation has a duty to receive its own citizens. No nation is on the general obligation to receive the citizens of another state. I want to repeat, no nation is under any obligation to receive the citizens of another state. That is why the government approached these discussions with such care. Mr. Speaker, let me now address what I believe is the heart of this debate. Some have asked whether Antigua and Barbuda should refuse or even discuss this matter. Others have asked whether we should simply have agreed. I respectfully suggest that both positions overlook the realities that every responsible government must face. Government is really about choosing between what is entirely right and what is entirely wrong. More often, it's about choosing the course that best protects the country when every available option carries a risk. That was the position in which this government found itself. Mr. Speaker, no one in this House needs to be reminded that Antigua and Barbuda is a small island state. We are proud of our independence. We are proud of our democracy. We are proud of the respect our country enjoys around the world. But we are also realistic. We understand the world in which we live. The U.S. is one of our closest friends. It is one of our largest trading partners. It's an important source of investment. It's a home to many, thousands of Antiguans and Barbudans. Thousands of our citizens travel there every year. Many have children, parents and relatives who live there. Our economies are closely connected. Our security cooperation is long-standing. Those realities cannot be ignored. Neither can they dictate our decisions. The duty of government is to balance those realities while never losing sight of one overriding responsibility. That is to protect Antigua and Barbuda. That is exactly what we sought to do. Mr. Speaker, there's another reality. Governments do not strengthen their countries by refusing dialogue, nor do we strengthen countries by accepting every proposal that is placed before us. Countries are strengthened by engaging with confidence, by negotiating firmly, by explaining clearly where the national interests begin and where they end. That has been Antigua and Barbuda's approach throughout these discussions. We have spoken honestly with the U.S. We have listened respectfully. We have negotiated constructively. And we have also said with equal clarity that there are limits beyond which Antigua and Barbuda will not and cannot go. That is how sovereign states conduct their affairs. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, some have tried to portray these discussions as though Antigua and Barbuda had somewhat surrendered our independence. Nothing could be further from the truth. The very fact that our government rejected important elements of the original proposals demonstrates the opposite. The very fact that we rewrote the operating procedures demonstrates the opposite. The very fact that we have now brought the entire matter before the Parliament demonstrates the opposite. Governments that wish to conceal their actions do not publish white papers. Governments that fear parliamentary scrutiny do not invite Parliament to debate on them, and governments that have surrendered their judgment do not insist upon changing the proposals of much larger countries. This government have done all three. Not because we sought political advantage, but because we believe that the people of Antigua and Barbuda deserve to know the truth. That's why we're here today. And there's yet another aspect to this matter that is equally important. Antigua and Barbuda has always been a responsible member of the international community. We honor our treaty obligations. We support international law. We work closely with every regional partner. We cooperate with law enforcement. We cooperate with security. We cooperate in disaster relief. We cooperate in combating organized crime. And we have consistently accepted the return of our own nationals who have been deported or removed from the US. That has been our record. It remains our record. No one can therefore say that this country is unwilling to shoulder our responsibilities. We have always done so. What we have said is something quite different. We have said that responsibility must be matched by fairness. Cooperation must be matched by respect. And friendship must never require a country to act against its own national interests. Mr. Speaker, the white paper before us also raises an important issue that deserves honest discussion. If Antigua and Barbuda is being asked to assist in addressing the practical consequences of another country's immigration policy, is it unreasonable to ask whether there should be some reciprocal benefit for a country? I do not think it is unreasonable. This is not being transactional. It is being sensible. You can call this sensible diplomacy. Every government has a duty to ask what serves in the interest of the people. The white paper before us identifies, among other matters, the question of current blanket visa restrictions affecting our country and our nationals. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. We fully recognize the sovereign right of the US to refuse visas to individual applicants who fail to satisfy its laws. Every sovereign state has that right, Antigua and Barbuda included. But where an entire country is affected by a general restriction, it is entirely legitimate for the government of that country to raise that matter in discussions with its partner. That is not confrontation. That, again, is diplomacy. And diplomacy is the work of entrusted governments. As I come to an end of this presentation, Mr. Speaker, let me return to where I began. This debate is not simply about third country nationals, not simply about the MOU, not simply about one set of proposals from one friendly government. It's about something much more enduring. It's about Antigua and Barbuda and our governance in Antigua and Barbuda and how we govern ourselves. History will not judge us by whether this issue was easy, for it was not. History will judge us by whether, when confronted by a difficult choice, we acted with wisdom, with courage, and with fidelity to the people who elected us to serve. That is the test before us. Mr. Speaker, every government is called upon from time to time to make decisions that are uncomfortable. Leadership is not avoiding these decisions. Leadership is facing them honestly, explaining them openly, and accepting responsibility for them. That is exactly what this government has done. We did not hide these discussions. We did not pretend they did not exist. We did not simply say yes, and we did not simply say no. We engaged, we negotiated, we rejected what we found unacceptable, and we insisted upon stronger protections for our country and our people. And having done so, we placed the entire matter before the Parliament and the people of this nation. That is transparency. That is accountability. That is democratic government at work. Mr. Speaker, there's one principle upon which I hope every member of this House can agree. That is that Antigua and Barbuda's sovereignty is not negotiable. It never has been, it never will be. Our friendships are valuable. They will be cherished, and as they ought to. Our relationship with the US is one of the most important relationships we have. It has served both our countries well for many decades. We want that friendship to continue to grow. But genuine friendship is built on mutual respect. And mutual respect requires recognition that every sovereign nation, large or small, has both the right and duty to determine what is in the best interest of its own people. That is the position of Antigua and Barbuda. That's the position we've taken. It is a reasonable position. is a principled position, a sovereign position. Mr. Speaker, this House should also remember something else. The world is watching how small states conduct ourselves, not because of our size, but because of our example. Small countries cannot afford reckless diplomacy. Neither can we afford timid diplomacy. We must be firm without being confrontational, constructive without being compliant, respectful without surrendering our judgment. That has always been the Antigua and Barbuda way. It remains our way today. Speaker, politics will always produce disagreements. That is the very nature of democracy. Government and opposition will not always see issues in the same way. And neither should they. But there are moments when we should remind ourselves that before we are government, before we are opposition, before we belong to political parties, we are all Antiguans and Barbudans. The people who sent us here expect us to argue vigorously. They expect us to protect the country that we share. On issues that touch our sovereignty, our security, and our future, our first loyalty must always be to Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, this white paper asks this Parliament to endorse a clear and balanced approach. It says that Antigua and Barbuda will continue to deal with the United States as a trusted friend. It says we are prepared to cooperate where cooperation serves the interests of both countries. But it also says that cooperation must never come at the expense of our sovereignty, of our laws, of our security, or capacity as a small island state. Those are not unreasonable conditions. They are the minimum responsibilities of any government worthy of its confidence or the confidence of its people. I therefore ask, Mr. Speaker, that this Honourable House support the principles contained in this white paper, not because they belong to this government, but because they protect our country, not because they answer every question, but because they establish a framework within which Antigua and Barbuda can continue to engage responsibly with an important friend while safeguarding the interests of our own people. Mr. Speaker, permit me to leave this House with one final thought. The strength of our small nation is not measured by the size of its territory, nor by the size of its economy. It is measured by the confidence with which it governs itself, by the wisdom of its decisions, by the respect it earns abroad, and by the unity it preserves at home. If through this debate we affirm these values, or reaffirm these values, then Antigua and Barbuda will emerge stronger, more united, stronger in its friendship, stronger in its democracy, stronger in the confidence that whatever challenges we may face, this nation will always make its own decisions in accordance with its own laws, its own interests, and its sovereign judgment. That is the course set out in this white paper. It is the course that I commend this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for All Saints West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer my unwavering support to this resolution. There are moments in the history of any nation where leaders are faced with extraordinary decisions, difficult decisions, decisions that test their mettle, it will test their strength and the commitment to the people they serve. And Mr. Speaker, every time I have an opportunity to think about the decision I made in 2024 to leave the United Progressive Party and first serve as an independent member, accommodated by the government. No cards. And then join the Antigua Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. I feel extremely proud of the decision I made. A decision to serve, Mr. Speaker, under a leader who fights tirelessly for the best interests of the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. And you know, we have seen his leadership in action. In 2014, when our leader took governance of this country, he met a bankrupted nation, bankrupted by the then UPP government. And he helped to turn this economy into one of the strongest economies in the Caribbean. The member, our leader, your leader, he's your leader too. You mentioned this morning about Barbuda, but you didn't mention that it was the same leader who helped to rebuild Barbuda after Hurricane Irma. A leader who and continues to rebuild Barbuda, I must say. Indeed. A leader who saved our banking sector. A leader who navigated us through COVID. And now we're at a difficult moment again, a crossroads here, where we're having to navigate a very complex geopolitical issue. Accepting third-party nationals or risk our vital, and I must stress that part, our vital relationship with the United States. And though disappointed, I'm not surprised that the opposition would have used this as a political tool, this non-partisan issue, an issue in which you should have been able to educate the nation, educate your supporters of the importance of our relationship with the United States. We stressed 80% of what we import comes from the US. Our tourism sector, even our banking sector, through correspondent banks. Imagine we lost our correspondent banking relations. How would we accept US pounds? How would we be able to purchase goods overseas? A vital relationship. And it is not a partisan issue. So we should all, members on the side of the government and on the side of the opposition, support this resolution. And the resolution is not a blank check, it is a shield. And it gives us permission to continue negotiating, but to negotiate with a framework that protects our people. And I just wanted to highlight just a few points out of the resolution, which I think it's important for people to know. We will not accept any automatic or open-ended program. That is very important to note. Second, every single case will be considered individually, and Antigua and Barbuda retains the absolute sovereignty discretion to say no. Capacity is paramount. We will only consider what we can responsibly accommodate without straining our public resources or compromising our national security. The financial burden will not fall on our taxpayers. Every cost from accepting these third country nationals, from healthcare, housing, to administration, or even onward movement, must be funded and agreed upon in writing in advance. So, Mr. Speaker, this resolution allows us to remain a cooperative member of the international community. But at the same time, it protects our sovereignty. It proves that we can be friends of the United States, but we cannot be the dumping ground, Mr. Speaker. So again, I urge my colleagues on the other side and the citizens of Antigua and Barbuda to support the government and to support our Prime Minister in this resolution, which will set out the framework in which we can negotiate for the best interests of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Peter.
Good afternoon to this honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this resolution in its entirety, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I first entered this honorable House, I stood in the center here, Mr. Speaker, and I repeated these words. I swear by Almighty God that I will faithfully bear true allegiance to the state of Antigua and Barbuda, its constitution and law. The state, Mr. Speaker, there's no state without the people. So our duty, Mr. Speaker, is to serve the interests of our people to the best of our ability. And, Mr. Speaker, I sat in this House this morning and I heard the member from Barbuda tell the nation of Antigua and Barbuda that we have no cards. We have no cards. We have no, so we should, what he's saying, we should open the floodgates.
Accept everybody.
It doesn't matter what is being laid on the table before the people of this country. The people who elected him from Barbuda accepts that he should open the floodgates and bring anybody to Barbuda. I want the Barbuda people to understand that's what you're saying, you know. You stood in this honorable House and we presented a framework, a sensible framework to negotiate on behalf of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And you stood up here, member for Barbuda, and you couldn't even support that framework. You offered no support as a member of parliament. Something that's in the best interest of the people, you offer zero support for it. Zero support. Instead of supporting, you do what you and your leader and the members of the opposition have been doing for the past few weeks. You spin every issue to deceive the people into believing that the sole reason for us being asked to accept third-party nationals is because of our CIU units. That's what you implied. That is what you're implying. That is why you're implying to the people. Because you all know, you all can put sound bites out there to deceive the people. So you all need to stop coming into the House, stop speaking on the radio and lying and deceiving the people. It is not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be the CIP is the sole issue. Mr. Speaker, there are 33 countries, Mr. Speaker, that are being asked around the world to accept third-party nationals. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, Costa Rica, Dominica Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Guyana, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, Cape Verde, Central Republic of Africa, Ghana, Liberia, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Uganda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Kosovo, Poland, Uzbekistan. How many of those countries are engaged in the CIU? Yeah, I must stop deceiving the people. Stop deceiving the people. It is not in the interest, member for Barbuda, of this nation, for you and your colleagues over here, to destroy the country on the airwaves and social media, to paint that picture of destruction. Y'all want to rule over ashes? Y'all want to just destroy everything just to attain power? You stood in this House and you tried to spin it and tell the nation that it's CIP related. You give the impression that it is constantly a CIU issue. You all try to attack the Prime Minister and our program like it was not the same program was introduced under the then UPP government. I don't understand y'all now. We made it better. Anything that's good for this country, no matter how hard we work over here, y'all seek to tear it down. Mr. Speaker, can you ask the member for Barbuda to be a little bit quiet? When he was talking his nonsense this morning, I stayed quiet. So, Mr. Speaker,
honourable members, if you want to,
as I said, Mr. Speaker, I am.
You, member.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, I want to be very brief in my support for the resolution, and I just want the people of Antigua and Barbuda to know that when the members on the other side speak in Parliament and on their radio station and on their social media platform, you have to travel to Barbuda to the salt pit over there and take as much as possible and apply it to what they say. Because they have no interest in the people. They only have interest in power, and power at any cost. They were rejected at the polls in April 30th, and they have not learned a lesson. They continue to spew the same garbage, the same vile, the same venom, the same misinformation, the same disinformation to bring this country down. And it must stop. This is not a partisan issue. We swore a duty to the people of this country. We can't play around with this issue. I can't go back to the people of St. Peter and tell them that I'm going to accept criminal elements to be deported to this country. I can't. I can't, and we should not. So we are laying out the framework here that we will use to negotiate. It is a sound white paper. It is a sound document. It is a responsible document. The safety of this country is paramount. If we accept any criminal element in this country, it will be the same United States of America that turned around and said, Antigua is an unsafe place, so our tourists should not go there. So what I am saying, Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution, and I am pleading with the member for Barbuda, the members of the opposition on the other side. Beat us on any other thing you want, but we must show a united front on this matter, because it is without a doubt an issue that we should stand on unitedly. It is in the best interest of the people. And Mr. Member for Barbuda, I have to put it on record, I am sorely disappointed because you're a senior politician. You present yourself as a man of the people, a man of the people of Barbuda. And this will go down in our history, Mr. Speaker, as one of the most important resolutions that come before this House. And the member of Barbuda saw fit not to support this resolution. And that speaks volumes, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you.
No, I think
I recognize the honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr.
For St. John's, Rural West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to take my opportunity to, of course, support this resolution before this honourable House. I think it's important that I raise my voice, having come with an experience of working closely with the U.S. government, formerly in a former posting I had with the Red Cross, in resettling 15 individuals and understanding the intricacies of how complicated and complex that is, which is why I must commend this administration and the Honourable Prime Minister for, of course, taking the lead in ensuring that what we have before us is a resolution that clearly outlines how Antigua and Barbuda will position itself to accepting these third country nationals. Mr. Speaker, you know, I had listened to the Honourable Member from Barbuda this morning, which I consider a learned individual in this honourable House. And I heard him speak about the fact that we have no cards, and so that for me suggested that if you don't have any cards, you shouldn't negotiate. However, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we acknowledge to the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Yes. But I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Antigua and Barbuda understand
that what it is that this administration is trying to negotiate, it's not just about migration, but it's about our sovereignty. It's about the sustainability of this island and about the safety and security of our people and what this decision means. By no measure did this administration think that this negotiation was anything trivial. I think more than anybody else, and especially more than on the other side, we understand daily how impactful and important that these discussions and these negotiations are for us as a country. I would think that after so many trials and tribulations that this administration have walked us through successfully, I thought that there would be some level of confidence in a document, the fact that we were so transparent, brought this document, laid it before this House, and outlined very clearly what this means for us and how we will be approaching the U.S. government. Currently, Mr. Speaker, I think that globally, not just for Antigua and Barbuda alone, but for every government, that this is possibly one of the most difficult geopolitical times, any time in history. Any decision that is made, we understand that we do not have the might to challenge any country that has exactly, the might is right. And so, when we discuss the whole issue of the third country nationals, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to understand that it's not that we're saying that we are not going to accept anyone, because the reality of it is we don't have a choice, and you've indicated it. That's the reality. What we need to understand is that we need to make sure that we identify the best possible individuals that are going to contribute to the development of this country. And that is what this resolution is intending to do. It is not saying that we're not afraid with the reality of the situation. It's not saying that we are saying that we're going to walk away. But we understand that, and of course, the U.S., they have their mandates. I mean, they're elected on a mandate, and they have their goals. And we are also elected on a mandate to represent the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And the people of Antigua and Barbuda expect for us as a government to make sure that at all times we make decisions in the best interest of them and the generations to come. Now, we must accept that in any negotiations there are going to be things we're going to lose and things we're going to gain. And the question is, what is it that we're prepared to lose and what is it we're prepared to gain? Are we prepared, and the Prime Minister alluded to it, are we prepared to have visa at the risk of our safety and security being undermined? I saw that, and the member for St. Peter's mentioned it. I saw a few days ago that the U.S. government increased the security level of St. Lucia to level 2, which stipulated that they're now cautioning their residents and their citizens from going to St. Lucia because of the risk of safety and security. And we're not level 2. But Mr. Speaker, the challenge with it is, if for any reason that we allow 10 individuals to come into this country that have a criminal past, and they undermine the safety and security, we will then turn around to be the same individuals who will be listed, where then our economy will then crumble. We are very, very vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. We also have to understand that it's not just about the risk to our partners to the north, but it's also the risk to our visa access to other regions. The argument that was made by the opposition pertaining to this whole discussion with the Schengen visa situation is because of the fact you have unwanted individuals infiltrating CIP. But then if we allow individual criminal pass to come in, what does this mean for access to other regions like the Schengen region, Canadian visa status? What does this mean? And so, Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure that while we want to play our part, we do understand migration is a growing issue. We also have to make sure that we make decisions that at no measure undermine the safety and security of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I think the member for Rural North would have mentioned it. I think that we have to come to a point where, if it is that as a region we're going to be accepting individuals, is that we have to make sure that CARICOM Impacts plays a critical part in this, where every individual that comes into a region, whether it's here in Antigua and Barbuda, or Jamaica, or St. Lucia, wherever, that these individuals are registered. Because it's not just about the country that they're coming into, but it's about regional integration as well. It's about CARICOM, it's about OECS. And if it is that someone lands in an OECS territory, we know we have free movement in the OECS. They come and they land, and they say they move to Antigua, they get a passport, and they start working, and then you have this whole issue of now an undermining of this sub-regional integration in the OECS and regional integration in CARICOM. So I think it's important that we have to have a regional discussion. I do believe that we have to put measures in place. And every country has to understand that it's not a unilateral decision that they have to make. It's not just about their sovereignty alone, but it's about regional collaboration and regional integration, and how do we protect the CARICOM and the OECS as a unified body. Mr. Speaker, I also want to support the fact that this does not create a very broad base where we're accepting large amounts of individuals, but on a case-by-case basis. And this is standard. This is what the U.S. does when they're accepting anybody for resettlement. The U.S. has to sit with each individual and determine if each individual is suitable. They have to determine if each individual poses any security or health risk to their country. Even if you have a group of 50 or 100 people, each individual is treated differently. And this is what we're saying as a government. We're saying that we want the opportunity to look at each individual case by case and say, does this individual fit for Antigua and Barbuda's purpose? Do they fit into our security? Do they fit into our safety? Do they pose any health threats? And if they don't, then that's fine. Then we tick those boxes and we move on. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, when I looked at the resettlement numbers for the U.S. for 2025, the U.S. accepted just about 11,500 individuals last year, which represents, when you look at their population, about 0.03% of their population. That is 0.003% of their population. And we are saying as a country that, listen, initially it was 10 per year. And this was, of course, within the caveat. Now, what this means, Mr. Speaker, is that we were proposing to accept 0.01% after vetting, of course, which is still about 5 times more than what the U.S. accepted. And they have a large economy. And so it's not that our government, we are being inconsiderate about humanitarian issues, about challenges, but we are also mindful of the significant impact that large influx of individuals, even on an annual basis, can have on the way of life for our people, for the safety of our country, and for the sustainability of the resources that we have. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to personally put my support behind of this. I had hoped that at least the member Barbuda would have mentioned that he supported the resolution in principle and asked for us to, whatever else he wanted to ask. But I don't think anybody can deny the fact, Mr. Speaker, that this resolution is one that puts us in a position that says very clearly to our partners that are not, we're ready to negotiate, we want to negotiate. However, we are a sovereign nation, we have to be mindful about our own individual context and importantly about regional context as well, so that we don't make decisions that are going to unduly influence or impact the Caribbean region. And I think that this is a tremendous position for us to take. And again, I want to commend this administration for leading this country through yet another turbulent water. I want to say to the member on the other side that just like this administration have brought us through the economic financial issues that the UPP administration left us in, just like they brought us through COVID, just like the administration under the leadership of the Prime Minister have brought us through the collapse of the BICO, the collapse of the banking sector. Again, I am very confident that with this, trust in us like you've never trusted before. And I rest assured, Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield and offer my support to this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member for St. John's City East.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to the Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a brief submission and to indicate my support for the resolution that is before the House. It is important on several occasions when we have thorny issues like what is before us that we sometimes take reference with other issues that we know all too well. Mr. Speaker, we consider ourselves a God-fearing nation and a Christian nation. And I'm sure many of us through our Sunday school years would remember when Christ himself was asked a question, which is the greatest law? And for those of us who are following the discussion, and perhaps those who have grown a little forgetful about the scriptures, it says in Matthew chapter 22, verse 39. I'll just give a little indication. It says, the phrase, love thy neighbor as thyself, is known as the second and greatest commandment. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you can relate. It is most famously spoken by Jesus in the New Testament when asked to identify the most important law. The exact verse, as I said before, is found in Matthew 22:39. Jesus stated that the first and greatest commandment is to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and all thy mind. He then immediately followed it by saying, the second is to love thy neighbor as thyself. Full stop. Full stop is important, Mr. Speaker. He never said to love your neighbor more. He said to love your neighbor as thyself. And I do believe that the question here is whether or not it can be considered that the actions now being discussed in Parliament by the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda under the administration of the Antigua Labour Party, whether or not what we are contemplating to do here can be considered as the actions of a good neighbor. We value our relationship with the United States, but there is something else to be said, and I believe a number of the other speakers have said so, and it is our capacity to be able to absorb, our absorptive capacity in relation to this act that is being made of us. So clearly the resolutions and the 8 points that are there in terms of the position that the government of Antigua and Barbuda has adopted is very clear. It speaks to the limitations of that capacity. Mr. Speaker, again, by way of reference, I recall as a young man growing up in the village of St. Johnson's Village, when in those days we didn't have pipe-borne water in our homes. We had to go to the standpipe. And the smaller children, each and every one of us had to make a contribution to fill in these drums. I think for persons my age and a little older can relate to it. But I do recall that when you are small and your arms are weak and you have not the carrying capacity, you were given sometimes a Clorox bottle to fill, and that was your contribution. You were contributing to the overall effort based on your own capacity. And so I am saying here that what the government is seeking to do here is to say, yes, this matter touches on a number of areas, including sovereignty, including the need for us to protect our borders, including the need for us to manage our own internal affairs. And so what the resolution is seeking to do is to say to our friends and neighbors in the North, yes, we are prepared to engage you on this particular point, but have reference to our limited capacity. We are not turning away from you. We are not saying no. We are not going to support this particular initiative, but this is the limit, what we can do. In other words, and we have seen it elsewhere in the Bible, we are making our contribution, MP Walker, even as the widow made a contribution of her mite. Yes? And so this is the limitation, and I therefore support the resolution in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, one final thing I would say, that the approach that the government has used in terms of bringing this matter before the Parliament, the government did not go and make some clandestine negotiation and then obfuscate and hide the details from the people. It is all laid bare here, and the public whom we serve, who are required to serve, is well apprised of all of the issues and all of the details. I believe this strengthens the hand of the Prime Minister, it strengthens the hand of the government, that at the end of the day, when we would go back and say, listen, this is the limit that the country can do, it has had the blessings, or it has had consideration in the Parliament, which is the highest decision-making unit in the country, and this is the resolution that we have discussed and debated and agreed. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I support the bill. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to this honourable House. Mr. Speaker, words from the Bible, Psalms 37 and verse 23 says, "The steps of a good man is ordered by the Lord." And I must say that the steps that our leader is taking today with this resolution is ordered by the Lord to protect his people of Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution, but only with strict conditions, Mr. Speaker, that it protects the people and sovereignty of our nation. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, our nation has always been one of compassion. But compassion must never come at the expense of national security. Mr. Speaker, the relationship between Antigua and Barbuda and the United States of America is paramount. We must remember that 90% of our imports, commerce, is from the United States of America. And coming from a background of customs, I can attest that we must be able to continue that trade relationship with the United States of America. Also, our banking system, Mr. Speaker, health care as well. Our nationals would go to the United States in the aid of health. Also, Mr. Speaker, when we look at our tourism product, approximately over 40% of the tourist arrivals are from the United States. We cannot risk those kind of relationship with the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, if Antigua to accept third country nationals, they should be carefully vetted, Mr. Speaker. Individuals who can contribute positively to our economic growth, especially in terms of skilled nationals, skilled professionals who can address our labor shortages in Antigua and Barbuda, Mr. Speaker. As you go around in our country, Mr. Speaker, you will see the vast development, construction, not only in commercial, but also residential construction in our country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that with this resolution that is before us, and I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, as our Prime Minister stated this morning within the resolution, number 9, Antigua and Barbuda shall retain the right to suspend or discontinue its participation in arrangement in whole or in part whenever the government considers such action necessary to protect the sovereignty, security, laws, capacity, or national interests of Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, we are making sure that our country is secured. Our country will be able to continue when we accept these third country nationals within our shores. Mr. Speaker, the resolution continues to state that the type of third country persons who will be coming to our shores, Mr. Speaker, Antigua and Barbuda will not accept hardened criminals. And I want the public to understand that. We will not accept hardened criminals or individuals convicted of serious offenses, such as murder, rape, terrorism, human trafficking, drug trafficking, organized crime, or even violent gang-related activities, Mr. Speaker. We have our own challenges with gangs in Antigua that we are working on, and I'm sure that the public will notice within the end of school year that even some of our gang members were graduated from Abyss. And Mr. Speaker, we do not want any sort of gang-related personnel, gang-related persons enter into our country. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we must apply common sense. There's a clear difference between hardened criminals and someone whose only offense is a visa overstay or an immigration paperwork error. Mr. Speaker, each case will be deemed or will be assessed on its earned merit. It will be a case-by-case assessment, Mr. Speaker. And let me refer to number 11, that no transfer of any person to Antigua and Barbuda shall take place unless and until the government of Antigua and Barbuda is satisfied that the necessary legal, operational, financial, and administrative arrangements have been agreed in writing, and that the proposed transfer is consistent with the principles established by this resolution. Mr. Speaker, we are crossing our T's and dotting our I's to make sure this sovereign country lives up to the mandate that was given to us on the 30th of April to run this country and to make it a better place for the nationals of Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that any agreement entered into with another country is in the best interest of Antigua and Barbuda. Our sovereignty, Mr. Speaker, the safety of our citizens, and the integrity of our immigration system must never be compromised. Mr. Speaker, we had embarked on a digital system, Arrive Antigua, and that system covers biometrics. Mr. Speaker, we cannot compromise that. Mr. Speaker, we must negotiate from a position of strength, ensuring that any arrangement is transparent. And that is what we are doing here today, Mr. Speaker, to show the public that we are being transparent in the governance of this country and mutually beneficial and respect our laws. Mr. Speaker, the speakers before me this morning and this afternoon expound eloquently as to why we are here today with this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I will not go much further, but to say that for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution, provided that these safeguards, these provisions, safeguards and remain firmly in place so that we could have a smooth transition whenever we get these third country nationals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those words, I would like to compliment our Prime Minister, the Attorney General's office, for their foresight in putting this resolution together, this white paper together. And I know for sure, Mr. Speaker, that we will be able to maximize and also put certain things in place, Mr. Speaker, so that our country remains secure for our people of Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, with those words, I thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Mary's South.
Good afternoon, Parliament. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, members and member on the other side. I just want to say that we believe in the principles of good governance. And being a government, there's, as you normally say, heavy is the head that wears the crown. And sometimes you're going to be faced with difficult decisions, and you're going to you're going to be faced with difficult decisions. But you have to remember why you're standing or sitting in the House of Parliament. You're sitting here to represent the people. And any decision or choice you're going to make have to put the people at the forefront. I rise in support of this resolution because it is grounded in a fundamental principle that states the sovereignty of Antigua and Barbuda to determine who enters and under what conditions they can enter Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, our first responsibility as a government is to protect the people of Antigua and Barbuda. That means any arrangement that we're making with any country must include rigorous security screening, full background checks, and the absolute right of our government to refuse entry to anyone who poses a threat to our nation and our citizens. It is of utmost importance for us to screen who's coming into Antigua and Barbuda, because as small as 3 individuals coming into Antigua and Barbuda with a criminal background could offset all of the country's security. We in Antigua and Barbuda, we already challenge at times with security measures, and at times we have a little violence here and a little violence there. We don't want these challenges to escalate and further compromise the safety of our people. We have to ensure that our people is at the forefront when we are making choices like these, because we are put here, and each and every one of us are placed in this position, elected by the people. Some have more than 1,000 votes, some have 800 votes, but collectively, the majority of Antigua and Barbuda has placed their confidence in the members of Parliament on this side. As you know, it was 15 to 1. I am sure, because the polls have spoken. What I want to say, how could you say that you love Antigua and Barbuda and compromise the security, indicating that we have no cards? Any card game that you're playing, you must have some kind of card. So if you're telling us that we have no cards, you're saying that because Antigua and Barbuda is a small state on the map, we should open our borders to any and everybody because we have no cards. We have a responsibility to 100,000 individuals in Antigua and Barbuda. And how are we going to compromise that position with our people? Because we have no cards. Any person coming into our country, it means that we must have rigorous screening. We must have full background checks. And we must have the right to say who enters and under what condition they enter. We know that we have to protect our partnership with the United States, because Antigua and Barbuda, our main industry is tourism. 80% of our GDP is due to tourism. And we are not trying to offset the relationship. We're just asking that matters like these are vetted more carefully so that we could maintain the security and safety of our folks. We just want to maintain the security of our people, not coming to the people of Antigua and Barbuda telling them you have no card, which will leave you without choice as to who enter and leave your shore. There must be conditions how you enter Antigua and Barbuda, like any other country in the world. Just imagine that all of the criminals coming in from overseas, from the United States, go to Barbuda. What would that do for Barbuda? That would offset the security of Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful as to how we speak. Since we have to be very careful as to how we address this issue with adding criminals to Antigua and Barbuda. The Honorable Prime Minister, the member for City West, stated that if we could get rid of some of what we have, that would be very good. And you know, Antigua and Barbuda, we have one of the safest communities in our region.
Honorable member, there is
the safest country in the region.
There is a member on the floor. Could you give him the respect that he deserves so that he can make his presentation? Thank you.
Yes, as you know, the member for Barbuda, he had his chance. He spoke, he elaborated, but the most important point that he made was that he had no cards. So if this is even a game of poker, he's not playing. If it's a game of pot, he's still not playing because he had no card. If, for whatever reason, the member on the other side was a part of the government, was a part of the members on this side, his suggestion to the people of Antigua and Barbuda: open your shores and allow anybody to come in because we have no cards. Imagine the member on the other side was a part of the government. He would have recommended, they being the government, he would have recommended to the Prime Minister that, the Prime Minister Pringle, that if that would ever happen, that Prime Minister Pringle, we have no cards, so we can't negotiate. If they're sending 120, we take 120 without screening, without vetting, without finding out doing proper background checks on these individuals. We are small and vulnerable. We know this. We know that we are small and vulnerable in the world. We don't have a lot of resources, so we rely heavily on the United States of America for, trading and so forth. For our partnership, the relationship that we have with the United States of America, we are not trying to compromise that. We are saying that we, are not going to accept any person into Antigua and Barbuda that is going to compromise the safety of our people. We are saying that they must be vetted properly, they must be proper screening, they must be background checks for us to take them into our shores. And I'm going to ask the member on the other side, through you, Mr. Speaker, that after my contribution to this resolution, that he stand up and tell the good people of Antigua and Barbuda that he support the sovereignty of our people.
Tell him to stand on a point of elucidation.
Stand on a point of elucidation, indicating to the people that put him in office.
Stand on a point of elucidation to put it in the record.
Stand on a point of elucidation to put it in the records that you are supporting the people.
The members yielding. The members yielding.
Honorable members, let's proceed.
All right, sir. Mr. Speaker, this is not a question of politics. This is a question of our people, of our safety. This is a question of responsible governance. When we are going to be forced to make difficult decisions, but in the best interest of our people, because the people are who we're representing. I'm in Parliament because 1,000+ individuals in St. Mary's South deemed it so. It is about preparation. It is about preparing for possible screening, possible scenarios in the way that is lawful, transparent, and firmly in the national interest. Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution, not because it was placed on the table by the government and I'm a part of the government, but because it put the people of Antigua and Barbuda first. That's the reason I am supporting this resolution, because it is a resolution for our sovereignty, the people of Antigua and Barbuda. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. John's Rural South.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to this honourable House and to Antigua and Barbuda. You know, Mr. Speaker, initially, I didn't plan to speak on this resolution because I thought it would have been such a straightforward resolution that we would have been long past this and on to other matters. But in listening to the discourse, and certainly listening to the narrative in the public space over the last few weeks, I was very disappointed. And it reminded me of a time when a former leader of the opposition said, when you're in opposition, you're supposed to oppose. And I think, as a nation, we really ought to have been mature enough, certainly by this time, to recognize that there are some issues that require national consensus. And this is one of them. And so I want to commend the Prime Minister, first of all, for leading this debate in the public space and also bringing it here to Parliament as a resolution so that the facts can be put on the table and not be distorted by what somebody said, that somebody said, that what somebody say, not be distorted by political drivel sometimes, not be distorted by political opportunism, but simply to have the facts here documented for Hansard so that those who come after us will have the opportunity to do their research, pick up the Hansard, and see what the government did at a time like this. As several of the speakers said prior to me, Mr. Speaker, we're in a period globally in tremendously difficult geopolitical circumstances, and we get it. It's not only Antigua and Barbuda, it's not only the United States, it's the entire world. There's so many geopolitical issues around the world right now that the world is easily among the most complex of periods in living memory. And so it's no difficulty to recognize, there's no difficulty in recognizing that some of the issues that affect every other country in the world will affect us. And it just so happens that at this point in time, we're dealing with this issue of third country nationals. And so when the narrative gets distorted, oh, you know, the government making deals behind our back, and the government taking all kind of criminal, and they don't tell nobody nothing. Mr. Speaker, this white paper and this resolution is the epitome of transparency. Yep. And again, I want to commend the government, the Prime Minister, Sir Ron Sanders, the entire team that has been working diligently on this over the past 6-8 months, for putting everything here on the table, putting our cards on the table. Because we have cards. Yes, we do. By putting everything on the table to let the public recognize what it is we're doing. And if persons will take the time to read the white paper, they'll recognize that we're not so far apart between what the U.S. is asking and what we're proposing, you know. Because all the correspondences are here. We're not so far apart. And so I wouldn't, Mr. Speaker, speak about the sovereignty and so on, because I think, you know, my colleagues, including the member for St. Mary's South and others, they've spoken about sovereignty. But I want to speak a little bit about how we view this as a population, as a people. Because, Mr. Speaker, there must be some things that as a nation we can collectively agree on. This resolution is not committing the government to accept anyone. What this resolution is saying, well, the resolution is saying that we are not automatically accepting transfers. We are not approving the operating procedures. We're not committing to receive. What we're doing is simply saying that we want certain issues satisfied mutually between us and the United States, but certainly from our side, we want to ensure that there are certain conditions that are met before we can go forward. And I think that is a straightforward, normal, reasonable, sensible, and practical position. And if I can just list a few, I'm not even going to the whole resolution, but just a few simple issues that I think every Antiguan and Barbudan should want to see in any agreement. A limit on the number of persons. We're suggesting 10 persons for 2026. Let's see how it works. Maybe it works okay, maybe we have some skilled persons who can come in and add to our national development. And so we can have a discussion going forward. But let's start with 10 persons. We do not want any criminals. Can you imagine, you know, the Minister for Social Transformation, the member for St. Peter, spoke publicly about a week or so ago in an issue as it relates to, or maybe you didn't, maybe you spoke privately to me, but an issue as it relates to sexual abuse of minors and pedophiles and so on. Can you imagine if one convicted pedophile got deported to Antigua and Barbuda and just run havoc in this country, what the transfer to Antigua and Barbuda, what the implication could be for us? Can you imagine if a serial killer got transferred from the United States to Antigua and Barbuda, what that could do to a small society like ours? You understand? Can you imagine if a sophisticated gang leader got sent to Antigua and Barbuda, using whatever leadership skills they have and whatever resources they may be able to mobilize from wherever? If that took root in Antigua and Barbuda, can you imagine the impact on this country? These have to be issues that as a nation we are concerned about and we can build a national consensus around. Additionally, no cost to taxpayers. I don't know how I could tell my people in St. John's Rural South who are looking for land, looking for housing, that the government is going to accept an unlimited amount of persons to Antigua and Barbuda, that we must find houses for. We must find accommodations for them. We must find work for them. We must give them the ability to live. How do I explain that to my constituents in St. John's Rural South? I cannot, with a good conscience, do so. You understand? I cannot, with a good conscience, tell my constituents that we had no cards, we had to take all of them, we have to put it on the taxpayers' purse, we had to give them a job, we have to give them a house, and so for you, the working resident of St. John's Rural South, you have to wait in line because we have to deal with these transferred persons from the United States. I cannot, with a good conscience, look any constituent in the eye and tell them that. I can't. We have to have the right to refuse. There must be an opportunity for us as a nation to say, this person, no. So it's not that we're saying we don't want to cooperate with the United States, Mr. Speaker. It's not that we're saying we will never accept any third country nationals. What we're saying is that we need to have a framework in place that protects our national interests, and there are certain issues for which we have to stand as strong as we can, as firm as we can. No criminals, a limit on the number of persons, they cannot be a charge to the public purse, and we must have an opportunity to say, not this one. These are simple things. These are straightforward things. These are things that are endemic of good governance and a government that is acting in the most responsible way. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we have limited land. We're 108 square miles, 62 in Barbuda. So that's what? 170 square miles in total. We have limited housing, and as much as the government has done a phenomenal job to improve the housing stock in this country over the last 10, 12 years, we still are struggling to provide adequate housing for our people. And I want to use the opportunity, Mr. Prime Minister, I don't know if I've told you so personally, but every single government that prioritizes housing for its people, they have a long tenure in office. So get comfortable. You understand? We have limited hospital beds. We have a new Minister of Health here who is continuing the work that has been done before to enhance our healthcare system in Antigua. But it comes at a cost. How can we just simply take on additional persons who will be a charge to the state? Our Minister of National Security, Antigua and Barbuda, despite the criminal activity that may take place from time to time, we're still the safest country in the OECS and perhaps in the Caribbean. And you know, AJ, I'll say to you, at one point, if you're a believer in the Bible, they'll tell you there are only 4 people on the earth, and one of them turned out to be a murderer. You understand? Adam, Eden, Cain, and Abel. And one turned out to be a murderer. So you will have crime anywhere you go. But we have managed to contain the criminal element in Antigua and Barbuda. How can we just open our doors and say, come? We can't say we have no care. We have to push back in the interest of the people of Antigua and Barbuda, because these things represent our reality. And as I read through the white paper, the resolution, the draft documents that were exchanged between our two nations, Mr. Speaker, we're not so far apart. We're not so far apart. We just require some clarity on a few other matters. And I believe the officials in the United States should be comforted by the fact that we are having this conversation, we continue to dialogue, because we recognize that we are friends of all as the Prime Minister and enemies of none. When you're this small, you don't have enemies. But you have to, at some point, stand up in the best interest of your people, because they elected us to look out for their collective interests. That is why we're here. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to end as I started. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister and all of those officials, both in Washington and here in Antigua and Barbuda, for continuing to lead these negotiations on behalf of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. I want to commend the Prime Minister and his team for bringing this resolution to Parliament so that we can speak with clarity, so that the public understands exactly what it is we're doing in the absence of the noise of political opportunism, political misrepresentation, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy to be a part of this team right now, because I don't know how I could feel sitting in a cabinet surrounded by colleagues who will look me in the face and say, we have no cards. Mr. Speaker, we may have a small hand, we may have a small voice. However, we still have the responsibility to negotiate in the best interest of our people. And we will continue to negotiate, we'll continue to speak, we'll continue to dialogue. Because the only time you have no cards is when you get up from the table and walk away. We're still at the table, and our friends in the United States are still at the table. And so we'll continue to look out for the best interests of the people of this country, if it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. George.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. Good afternoon to the lower house, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, I too, just like the member for St. John City South, believe that this bill, this resolution would have passed in no time. It would not have been a contentious issue. And after hearing member for Barbuda get up this morning and to say the things that he spewed this morning, it just becomes an anthem, Mr. Speaker. It becomes an anthem. First off, Mr. Speaker, the member for Barbuda got up and he started to lay blame about bills not being to hand. Bills not, he didn't get the attachment and all of this. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is not a resolution that was drafted yesterday. This is not a resolution that has been drafted yesterday. Now, huh? Take time, man. I can show you. Take time.
Honorable members.
You don't have me there. I know. Mr. Speaker, the member for Barbuda spoke earlier, and he indicated that he only got this email on the weekend, and he didn't get the attachment and all this, and he only got the attachment last night, something like that. What? Okay, all right. I'm using your words, last night. No problem. Well, Mr. Speaker, this has been an issue that has been in the public for several months now. For months. So it's not a new issue. It's not just something that just rise up yesterday and we come to Parliament to discuss it. As a matter of fact, the member of Barbuda said there's an MOU that was signed in December. Our PM, our Prime Minister, made a public remark on January 5th, 2026 of the same MOU. On the same MOU, January 5th, 2026. So this is not a new issue. Also, Mr. Speaker, the member of Barbuda says he didn't get the attachment, he got email last night. But the Prime Minister's office, on social media, in Point Express, on July 2nd, has it public? It's public. It's public. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, we can see that the member for Barbuda is not here with us. And that is why he has indicated that we have no cards. Clearly, he's not with us. Yes, so member for Barbuda has been in the public since January and since July. Okay? Mr. Speaker, this resolution is important, and I won't delve into much of it, as my colleagues have already stated about the sovereignty and so forth. But what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that this is in line with our commitment to transparency and openness. There has been no other country who has had this issue debated in their parliament. None. None. No other country has this, in Carriacou, has this issue debated in their parliament. None. And so this just goes to show, when we speak about openness and transparency, you can't get no better than this, member for Barbuda. You can't get no better. We are here to debate this matter, and we've done so. We've shown you the error of your ways. We've opened your eyes. And if you can't see it in your good conscience to say that this is a resolution that is good for the people of Antigua and Barbuda, then something is wrong. Something is wrong. The facts that we are laid out here in the white paper, Mr. Speaker, is not binding. It's not binding. It is something that we're proposing. And the fact that we can have a discussion with the United States where they have made a proposal back in May. 3 days later, we come back and say, listen, this is a counter proposal. And as the member for City South said, we're not far apart. We're not. So the fact that we can have the discussion and exchange views as to how we see it fit to support their measure and don't trample on our safety and security indicates that we have cards. We have cards. If we didn't have any cards, member for Barbuda, guess what would have happened? The U.S. would have just said, listen, we're sending these people on the plane tomorrow and take them. And take them. And the disappointing thing about this, Mr. Speaker, is that you have sensible people, well, they're supposed to be sensible people, who would actually talk like member for Barbuda. That would say, oh, you know, we're not supposed to take them. We're not supposed to take them. I'm just saying. Right, but the fact that you say, so it's one or two things. It's either we're taking them with conditions or we don't take them. So we're now laying out to you that these are the conditions that we're willing to accept these third-party nationals, right? We are willing to accept, but these are the conditions laid in front of us. These are the conditions we're willing to accept. 1 or 2 individuals, 3 individuals. As you say, Jamaica took what, 3, 4? St. Kitts took 3? and they took them without a white paper. So we have seen the storm. We have been in the storm. We're preparing for the storm, and we want to be in the best possible position to weather the storm, if you want to put it like that. And Mr. Speaker, member for Rural North, in his presentation spoke about the WTO matter, and it kind of triggered something because I was around that time working with the government in foreign affairs, foreign trade, and he said, you know, imagine we got a judgment, and the judgment say we can apply sanctions on the big bad U.S. Now, Little Antigua can apply no such sanctions. But the reason why I want to mention that is that the member for Barbuda subsequently would have been in the government right after that judgment for 10 years. And it showed that they had no cards because they couldn't do anything in which to retrieve the amount of monies that we're supposed to receive from the U.S. So if it is that their position when in government is to just put up their hands and say, well, we can't do nothing, we're too small, we're too vulnerable, there is nothing at all we can do, the U.S. say this and that is how it is, we don't have a position to negotiate, we can't talk to them, we can't meet some sort of arrangement, then it goes to show why we are here, over here, and you are over there. It goes to show. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I believe that this issue has been more than thoroughly fleshed out, and I think that the resolution that we see in front of us speaks to the manner in which Antigua will accept these third-party nationals, and I must say it was a document that, you know, if it is that the member for Barbuda has any addition, and that is what I really wanted to hear, if it is that the members of the opposition could add value to a document like this, then that is what an opposition is supposed to do. Not to oppose for opposing's sake. If it is that you see that there's something in this white paper that we could have better presented, better fleshed out, better, you know, just a different position. If it is that you have a different position from the white paper, that is what the Antiguan public wants to hear. They want to hear, if you were in government, what would you have done? What would you do? It can't be you want to run the country and say no. It has to be a position where, listen, it has to be a position where, look, listen, this is what the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party government is presenting, and this is what we will present. Not just no. This is not patty cake. This is serious things. This is a serious matter. And so our position here in this document shows that we do care, and we are cooperative, and we are friends with the U.S. And because of that, we don't want to jeopardize our relationship. And rather than to jeopardize our relationship and put ourselves in a worse position, we are prepared to meet, you want to call it halfway, 30% of the way, or whatever you want to call it. But at least we have a position, member of Barbuda. We have a position as a government. And this resolution speaks volumes as to how we care for the people of Antigua and Barbuda. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Philip's South.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members of this House, our viewers, good afternoon. I rise today in support of this resolution because at its heart, it is about one thing above all else: the protection of the people and communities of Antigua and Barbuda. There's been much public discussion surrounding this matter. It reflects the fact that our people care deeply about the future of our country and the decisions made by this Parliament. It is therefore important that we are absolutely clear about what is before us in this Honourable House today. We are not being asked to approve the transfer of any individual to Antigua and Barbuda. We are not being asked to establish an open immigration program. And we're not surrendering the sovereignty of Antigua and Barbuda. Rather, this resolution establishes the principles within which the government may continue discussions with the government of the United States while ensuring the interests of Antigua and Barbuda remain paramount. It is a framework. Mr. Speaker, Antigua and Barbuda is proud of its reputation as welcoming, and the country is proud of its reputation as a welcoming and compassionate nation. Throughout our history, we have extended friendship to visitors from around the world. We have demonstrated leadership within CARICOM, the OECS, and the wider Commonwealth. So we understand the importance of international cooperation. But compassion and responsibility must walk together. In fact, our government should be commended, and I will say why. Instead of accepting an open-ended agreement, the government has insisted upon safeguards. Instead of accepting automatic transfers, the government has insisted upon individual consideration. And instead of surrendering discretion, the government has preserved complete sovereign control. Instead of assuming financial obligations, the government has required that appropriate funding arrangements be secured in advance. Instead of creating permanent commitments, the government has retained the right to suspend or terminate any arrangement should our national interest require it. These are not the actions of a government acting carelessly. They are the actions of a government protecting its people. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the social issues may be a concern for our people. Rightly so. However, one of the responsibilities of the Ministry of Social and Urban Transformation is ensuring that our communities remain places where people feel secure, respected, and connected. Strong communities are not created by chance. They are built through thoughtful planning. They are strengthened by trust, and they depend upon public confidence that government decisions are being made carefully and responsibly. This is why I believe this resolution is important. It reassures the people of Antigua and Barbuda that nothing will occur automatically. Every proposal will be examined, every case will be assessed, every decision will serve the national interest. Mr. Speaker, the government has not chosen the easiest path, but the responsible one. It has engaged respectfully with an important international partner. It has negotiated firmly. It has identified concerns. It has strengthened the protections, Mr. Speaker, available to Antigua and Barbuda. And today it asks Parliament to endorse those guiding principles, not to approve transfers, but to affirm that if discussions continue, they must continue within a framework, and I repeat, a framework that protects our sovereignty, our communities, and our future. Mr. Speaker, as Minister of State within Social and Urban Transformation, I believe our duty in this context is to ask one simple question. Will this decision strengthen Antigua and Barbuda and improve the lives of our people? This resolution helps to ensure that that answer, Mr. Speaker, remains yes. It protects our communities. It safeguards our social development. It demonstrates that our remarkable Twin Island state of Antigua and Barbuda can be compassionate without being careless, cooperative without compromising its independence, and responsible without surrendering its principles. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to lend my full support to this resolution. I thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, the mover of the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking the members on this side of the aisle. And though the Deputy Speaker has not spoken officially on the issue, I know that he is definitely supportive of the resolution. The member for Rural East is abroad, but I'm sure that if she was here, she too would have supported the resolution, which confirms that there's unanimity on this issue within the Cabinet and certainly among the parliamentarians on this side of the aisle. It's unfortunate, though, that we've had to have one spoiler, member for Barbuda. But again, you know, when you're looking noticement, you don't worry about being constructive. You know, you just say anything that comes to mind and obviously try and grab headlines for personal fame. But, you know, as the younger members on this side indicated, they are inspired not to be like the member for Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, the member for Barbuda has uttered some foolishness on what is clearly one of the most important resolutions to have been presented to this Honourable House, dealing with an existential threat facing our country. And instead of standing up and speaking on the issue in a mature way and to share the burden of coming up with a strategy to deal with this threat, the member sought to carpet us and to use some very insignificant arguments, even erroneous arguments. For example, the member suggested that we have not consulted on this issue and that we have dealt with the matter in secrecy, when this matter has been in the public domain for months. I personally would have spoken on the issue. I would have published information in it. I would have spoken several times on Point FM on this issue. Ambassador Sir Ron Saunders would have been on ABS on several occasions speaking to issues. Even the memorandum of understanding that we signed, we published it. Sir Ron, too, would have engaged publicly on the issue, keeping the people informed every step of the way. Yet still, the member for Barbuda had the gumption to come here and to state that we have dealt with this matter in secrecy. He claimed that he did not receive certain documents, but I'm aware that he received the resolution as well as the white paper yesterday, Mr. Speaker. The white paper is what informs the contents of the resolution. So on the basis that you read the white paper, which incidentally has been in the public domain for a couple of weeks as well, I don't know what else the member for Barbuda wanted us to do to make this information fully available. So he had the memorandum yesterday. In fact, there was a previous one that was circulated a week ago. I personally called Sir Ron and asked him to change the content of the resolution because I did not believe it properly captured the essence of our discussions over the several months, and I didn't want a situation in which the Parliament was going to create a straitjacket for those of us who are negotiating to make sure that there's leverage, and to coin it in such a way that it is a guideline, parliamentary guideline, to guide the negotiations, not to come up with any specific issue in terms of quantities, how many persons we will take, but at the same time to understand that there are certain guidelines in terms of not accepting criminal elements and to make sure that the people who accept it do not become a burden to the state. But again, the member just had to deceive and to suggest that we were not transparent in dealing with the matter, that he had no documentation or little documentation. Even, Mr. Speaker, the memorandum that we signed, we circulated to all the parliamentarians. The member went as far as demanding that the memorandum of understanding, that he was not prepared to take the unsigned one, he wanted a signed copy. Now, ordinary colleagues, when it comes to state-to-state correspondence, it is not good form to circulate the precise document publicly. So what we did, we extracted the content of that document, made it available to the Parliament, but again, the member for Barbuda saw it appropriate to question the integrity of this Honourable House and the members of Legal Affairs who would have drafted a resolution and attached the contents of that memorandum to it. Now, Mr. Speaker, that kind of behavior is totally unacceptable. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? As one of the most transparent government that you'll find anywhere in the world, we went as far as copying the agreement, and we gave him a copy, a signed copy of the memorandum, not even agreement, memorandum of understanding, which, as I've indicated time and time again, is not binding. We have no binding agreement with the United States to date. So I don't know what turned on a memorandum of understanding that the member was carping about. Again, just to show himself and to, as usual, be obstinate in his presentation. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to make the point here that we are at the level of our development that members of parliament should deal with these issues of national interest in a mature way, in a responsible way. Now, the member for Rural North made a point about attempts by Antigua and Barbuda to say to the United States that we will take certain action to get the WTO judgment settled. And he said precisely what was said during a meeting where he was present, in which they actually said to himself and the ambassador who was part of his delegation precisely what would have happened to the country if we had taken any such action. But prior to that, when we were in opposition, Mr. Speaker, and I was the leader of the opposition at the time, the UPP brought a resolution to this Honorable House to pirate U.S. copyrights in settlement of that WTO judgment. And it was me who stood up in this Honorable House as the leader of the opposition and said to the UPP, you're making a mistake. If you pursue this particular resolution, or this bill for that matter, it was a bill, to pirate U.S. copyrights, you're going to have a problem with the U.S. administration, and you're going to have a problem with the copyrights owners. They're going to sue you. And I stood on the other side of the aisle and said to the then Prime Minister of this country, Honorable Baldwin Spencer, sir, you ought to withdraw that bill. Otherwise, you're going to endanger our country. The United States will take punitive action against us. And I said to him, this is not a matter of being a coward. This is a matter of understanding what is at stake and taking protective measures to protect your country, not to expose your country to harm. So, even in opposition, we have been very responsible with our articulations in this parliament. And anyone can go and research and see that I'm the one who got the then government to withdraw that bill. Now, similarly, we are now in a situation in which we recognize that, look, there's no interest in us, no value in us having any hostile discussion with the United States. There's a fight that we cannot win. We understand that. We understand the power symmetry, or symmetries for that matter. So we didn't need you to come and lecture us. This idea that we have no card. We have a voice. No matter how small we are. And let me say this, Antigua and Barbuda, under the leadership of my administration, has had an international voice. One of the smallest and most impactful international voices. Not by chance. And again, we don't go and curse people. I mean, I may say certain provocative things to my political opponents and their activists in the domestic space. But that is for our domestic politics. Whenever I'm dealing with international issues, I'm the ultimate statesman. And I want to make the case here, too, that firm and definitive language is not being rude. The point is, if I am sitting with the President of the United States, he's my equal, despite the power symmetries between both our countries. So I should not be expected to go on a role play to anyone, be it the Secretary of State or, for that matter, the President of the United States. I should be able to stand up as the leader of this country and to defend the best interests of this country in any fora and in the presence of any human being. That is why the people of Antigua and Barbuda voted for my administration to continue to govern this country. And I'm required to act without fear or favor. So this kind of weak-kneed approach coming from the member for Barbuda that we have no cards. That is not the Antiguan way. That is not the type of courage that we have seen at all levels of society. There's an octogenarian, a woman in her 80s, Mr. Speaker, who unfortunately had a very bad experience recently. A young, strong man tried to rape her. Can you imagine? And she resisted. She didn't say she didn't have any cards. And I wonder if the member for Barbuda found himself in a similar position. What would he do? We'll spread out. Mr. Speaker, moving right along. I want to, anyway, this idea that we have no cards is just totally inappropriate, sir. I know exactly what you meant, that we have no cards. And I know that you drew a bad card. You drew a bad card. And you must take responsibility for that. You're not going to live that down, you know. Because, you see, the people of Antigua and Barbuda must understand that those in the opposition, they have absolutely no leadership capacity. Zero. None. You talk about Pringle, the member for Barbuda is no different. For he alone, he would have been the only person in Barbuda to go buy a meal. It is my administration that has brought wealth to the Barbudan people. It is my administration that will ultimately free up the land to the Barbudan people to make sure they have real ownership. Not no foolish construct about, what they say, ownership in common? That's ownership in ignorance. We are giving them real ownership. Lease title, freehold title. And you, the member of Barbuda, you and your goons cannot stop it. Can't stop it. That's where you have no card whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, moving right along. I want to make it abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker, that as we examine this agreement within this honorable House, it is not an acceptance of all of the terms that have been sent to us. By the way, Mr. Speaker, the resolution, it not only has the white paper, it has the last agreement that was sent to us by the United States. It has our response. I mean, you want anything more transparent than that? More accountable than that? And by the way, these are documents you can read in about 5 minutes. Man behaving as though it's such a complex thing to read a document. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, examining the contents of these agreements does not represent acceptance. And having discussions and negotiating with the United States, again, that's not agreement. We have no agreement to date. We want to get to an agreement as soon as practicable. Negotiating is not surrendering our sovereignty. It's about getting the best possible deal and to make sure that ultimately we protect the people of this country. I have a few friends who said to me that I've been too paternalistic, that I'm taking on all these fights to protect the people, and that there's some in the society, especially those in the opposition, who just do not care. But as I said to the person, that is the oath that I took in this honorable House, to protect the people and to do so without fear or favor. So even if it means personal injury to me, again, that is what I signed up for. And I have a leadership responsibility to defend the best interests of the people of this country. And you don't expect me to come in here and talk like a little punky boy and cry. I'm here to stand up like a man and defend the people's interests. That's why they elected me as the leader of this country. Or certainly the members here to form the government, and they elected me to serve as a leader. Mr. Speaker, Member for Barbuda spoke about the issue of reciprocity. And I have no difficulty with that. And this is the type of discussion that we're hoping that we would have heard from you, rather than get involved in those extraneous, nonsensical issues. No, man, be constructive. And be consistent. You want to approbate and reprobate. Be consistent. Mr. Speaker, we have indicated to the United States that we expect some reciprocity. And though it may not necessarily form part of the agreement per se, those discussions are taking place. Because we have the view that the reason that they utilize to restrict visa, the issuance of new visas to Antigua and Barbuda and Dominica, certainly in the case of Antigua, it is unjustifiable. The irony about it, Antigua and Barbuda is the only OECS country that had a residency requirement. And that is precisely the reason I was given why they restricted the issuance of new visas to Antigua and Barbuda. And for anyone to speculate it is any other reason, we have tried for the last 6 months, 7 months, to find out if there are any other reasons, any other concerns, so that we can take corrective action. No one has been able to come up with any other reason or reasons why the United States would have taken any such action. But we remain hopeful that they will end the restrictions, because we don't think that there is any justifiable reason. Now, if it is our CIP indeed, and they have concerns that they have not raised, we want them to continue to raise these concerns. The European Union just recently said to us that, you know, within the next 2 years, they expect us to end our programs, failing which we cannot continue to enjoy visa-free status in the European Union. And that is a matter in which we are currently consulting to come to a consensus as to how we move forward. It may well be that we may have to suspend our CIP program, because when you look at the reality of it, we are dealing with enemies inside and outside. So we have all this propaganda, all this misinformation, disinformation, members of the opposition, saying that we run a program that is not properly governed, we don't do due diligence, that we're stealing CIP monies. You know, what you're doing there, you know, is that you're doing the country a disservice. And you're giving fodder to those external of Antigua and Barbuda, literally to hammer us. So if within our own country that people are accusing us of wrongdoings, and certainly in the case of Antigua and Barbuda, wrongfully so, what do you think the other members in North America and Europe are going to do? First of all, they don't trust us. You have all kind of issues, without getting into any specificity in terms of their thinking about our people. And then you're going to add fuel to the fire by saying that we're crooks. You don't think they're happy to hear that? And if we have a particular regime in which we can go into the country without visa-free, with visa-free access, and you're telling them that we are running a crookish program, you think they're going to allow us to continue to enjoy that kind of privilege? Of course not. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? At the rate at which we're going, certainly opposition elements and how they are undermining these programs within the region, at some point they may be discontinued, right throughout the Caribbean region. And when they're discontinued and the economy tightens and hardships ensue, I wonder if by then the people may say that they never missed the water until the well runs dry. But you see, we did what we had to do to defend our program. We have been fighting for years to defend the integrity of our program. Up to today, I saw an article written by some clown in the United States named Michael Waller, some kind of so-called analyst for the U.S. government, in which he accusing us of processing Iranian citizenship, Iranian citizenships, to allow them to access the United States so that they can commit criminal actions, to become terrorists in the United States, published by an American, Michael Waller. Article being circulated globally. Now, the interesting thing about it, Antigua and Barbuda, under my direction, is the only country that does not process Iranians. Back in 2014, when we took over the governance of this country, within a year, we came to Parliament and we created a sanctions list. And we took the position that any entity that is sanctioned by the United States, by OFAC, by the State Department, that they are automatically ineligible for our citizenship. The only country in the OASIS Caribbean that has a sanction list. But the good gentleman did not accuse the countries who are processing Iranians, you know. He accused Antigua and Barbuda, that has not processed a single Iranian application for 12 years, to accuse us of undermining United States security interests. But you see, I learned that this gentleman is also part of this little cabal with Martin DeLuca and the UPP administration. And that is precisely what is happening. People like DJ Isaac They are like enemies of the state. They are hateful. They want to become kings and queens of the ashes. They want to destroy this country to get power, even using lies, disinformation, misinformation. But you know what? I don't want our people to suffer. But if they were to suffer in the future, it is people like the member for Barbuda, the member for us in East and St. Luke, DJ Isaac and others. Well, Harold Lovell is a spent force. And others in the UPP who would have destroyed the prospects of this country. At some point, somebody may come back and look at the Hansard and recognize that the then Prime Minister of this country warned the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And it's not just sufficient, to vote them out of Parliament. You must hold them with scorn, with derision, when they can take that type of irresponsible behavior to sully the reputation of a country that is well-run, well-governed, one of the most transparent and accountable small island states anywhere in the world. And all the corruption that you all place at my feet, you tell me which prime minister in the world can be subjected to the kind of scrutiny, to be taken before U.S. court, to be given an order to investigate his financial affairs, all wire transfers, himself, his wife, his son, all his companies, and could not come up with a scintilla of evidence. As I said to you all, when you speak corruption, bring the facts. Even circumstantial evidence we will entertain. But no, you just throw all kind of mud out there with the hope that it will stick. But ultimately, it is Antigua and Barbuda you all are destroying because you all want political power. And maybe, too, that members of the UPP now, they'll become even more vicious. Because you know what? They're now hateful of the Antiguan and Barbudan people. They feel as though they've been rejected on a fourth occasion, and they want to hammer, they want to hurt the Antiguan and Barbudan people. But you know what? We're not going to relent. We're going to continue to stand up and defend the Antiguan and Barbudan people. So while you're going after them, you have to come past people like me first. And I will put my life on the line for them. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Mr. Speaker, let me continue here. Perhaps the only sensible observation made by the member for Barbuda is when he asks what happened to regional collaboration on this issue of third country nationals. And again, that is the level of discourse that we expected today. And the member is right. We tried to get a consensus early and bright within the OECS Caribbean. And while we were discussing and looking at possible areas for to collaborate and cooperate, one member, one prime minister who sat among us had already signed. I'm not going to tell you who, because I don't want to personalize it. But I'm just saying here, it is one of the unfortunate situations within the OECS and within CARICOM in general, in which there is absolutely no such collaboration, in which we allow foreign interests to pick us off, make us feel independently important, and then leave the entire family vulnerable, the entire CARICOM family vulnerable. But I want to say to those leaders, you may think that you're well secured today, but ultimately, we are strong as our weakest link. So when we leave others out there in the cold and allow them to get punished, while you think that you have carved out a good space for yourselves and your people, the same whip that beats the wild goat is the same whip that will beat the tame. I have nothing further to say insofar as CARICOM unity is concerned. And as they say, a word to the wise is sufficient. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear in terms of what is at stake here. And we have given the people of Antigua and Barbuda a commitment in this Honorable House that we will not allow any criminal elements, no individuals who are involved in gun running, in narco trafficking, individuals who are pedophiles, thieves, thugs. We don't want them here. We're standing firmly against that. And I believe that the United States understands. In fact, I just heard from the Charge of Affairs in Barbados today, and she has sent me some additional information. So this issue is now a settled issue. They have agreed that Caribbean countries, generally speaking, are just too small to accommodate any criminal elements. And I want to make the point here that Antigua and Barbuda was the first country that stood up August of last year and wrote to the United States and said to them, we will assist you, we'll cooperate, but we're not taking one single criminal element. So if you tell me that we had no cards, then perhaps the discussion would have been at the time, because let me tell you what prompted us, When we looked at the fact that El Salvador, at that time, had taken a number of criminals from the United States, that is what prompted us to stand on that principle early and bright. If we had no cards, we'd have said to the United States, okay, you send 200 to El Salvador. Since we're smaller, send us 50. What do you think? Where do you think Antigua and Barbuda will be today? Okay? So provided we have a voice, we have a card. Because we will be heard, no matter the consequences. And again, I remind you, the people of this country voted for all of us in this honorable house to speak without fear or favor. It cannot be about personal preservation. It cannot be about maybe protecting our own status in getting a visa, our family members not getting a visa, and to ignore the national interests. Having said that, we are negotiating responsibly with the United States. We expect this matter to be resolved on the issue of the restrictions. If it is a CIP issue that persists, then we have to have a broader discussion as to whether or not we need to maintain our CIP program, or if we should suspend it so that we can get visa access again, full visa access to the U.S., European Union too. If it is that we want to maintain access in the European Union, visa-free, then we have to have a discussion as to whether or not we should continue the CIP and give up $100 million. Again, we're consulting, and we're hoping within a matter of weeks to come up with a consensus, maybe to distinguished Attorney General Member for St. John City South. We can possibly bring a resolution here as well, and let us have a discussion that matter. And this will be your time now to show the people your mettle. All of the nonsense you have said about CIP, this is your time now that the rubbers hit the road, for you to come now and to show how responsible you are and what solutions you have. In fact, I want to recommend, colleagues, strongly recommend that we're going to have a division, that we come to this honorable house, we bring a CIP paper here, and let's see what they have to say. I hope when we do that, that the member for Austin Seats in St. Luke would not conveniently have to take his daughter abroad. And I hope that the member for Barbuda will be available for this debate, because ultimately we want to make sure we have the consensus of the people on these very important national issues. And I want to certainly thank Sir Ron. It would be remiss of me not to thank him. Sir Ron is the one who, based on the discussions we've had and the directions he was given over the last almost 1 year, put this white paper together covering all of our concerns. It was designed specifically to address the issue of the misinformation and for posterity, so that future or individuals in the future can do the research and to see precisely what our position was, and to recognize that we're not being rude, we're not being disrespectful, and that this is diplomacy at work, this is governance at work, good governance at work, and he is a small, powerless country standing its ground on principle, in that we will not accept any situation that could compromise the integrity of our country, the security of our country, and that we're doing all we can to protect Antiguans and Barbudans to ensure that we ultimately transform this country into a lifestyle superpower. Mr. Speaker, I therefore recommend this resolution, which has the guiding principles to the negotiations, to this honorable House. Thank you very much.
Before I proceed in putting the resolution to the House, I was not present this morning to hear the Prime Minister's opening presentation, neither the response from the honorable member from Barbuda. I was in a place where I could not listen. I came in when the Attorney General was in the middle of it. I heard all the other presentation. And I am not in defense of the honourable member from Barbuda, who I have the utmost respect for. I did not know what he said, but during every presentation on that side that I was witness to, I heard the honourable member saying, very good, I agree with you, I think you're going right, you're doing well, I agree with that. And so, honourable member, I think the honourable member for St. Mary's South was asking if you would stand up and say something. There is a gentleman from my village, I'm trying desperately to remember his full name, given name, but he goes by the stage name of King Smarty Jr., multi-calypso monarch of Antigua. And he had a song many years ago that says, I'm having a change of heart. And based on your comment to every presentation over there this morning, this afternoon, I was looking in the standing order if there is something that allowed me to give you that privilege. But are you willing to have a change of heart? Are you willing to have a change of heart?
About sovereignty, and I said yes. I said we should not compromise.
No, I mean in general support of the resolution.
When the division comes.
All right. Okay. Okay, so let me go through with the motion. Now, therefore, the issue for consideration of the House is whether, in the circumstances, the government of Antigua and Barbuda should maintain its position or accept the proposal by the government of the United States of America for the transfer from the United States of America of nationals from third-party countries to Antigua and Barbuda, in accordance with the standing operating procedures advanced in the proposal by the government of the United States. And my question would be at this point, if all in favor of the resolution, but I'm hearing about something else.
I want to recommend a division.
Madam Clerk.
Honorable Gaston Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Sir Roy Benjamin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Paul Chet Green, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Charles Fernandez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Melford Nicholas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Darrell Matthew, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Anthony Smith, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Rawdon Turner, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Dwayne George, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Michael Joseph, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Randy Baltimore, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Michael Freeland, how do you vote?
Aye.
Honorable Kiz Johnson, how do you vote? Aye. Honorable Fillmore Benjamin, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Honorable Trevor Walker, how do you vote?
I abstain.
All right.
Mr. Speaker, may I suggest, Mr. Speaker, just to get the records correct, that you read this, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Entire thing?
Then, no, yes.
I remember I was asked to read the entire resolution. All right? So here it goes. Resolution of the House of Representatives on the principle to govern any arrangement for the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of third country nationals removed from the United States of America. Whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the government of the United States of America have shared a long history of diplomatic relations, friendship, and cooperation, and whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the government of the United States have entered into a memorandum of understanding concerning the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of nationals of third countries removed from the United States of America, and whereas the memorandum of understanding preserves the discretion of the government of Antigua and Barbuda to consider whether to accept any person proposed for transfer and does not by itself require Antigua and Barbuda to accept any person, and whereas the government of the United States of America has transmitted a series of draft operating procedures intended to give practical effect to the proposal, and whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda have considered those proposals, has identified important legal, financial, security, humanitarian, administrative, and capacity concerns, and has made counter-proposals intended to protect the sovereignty and national interest of Antigua and Barbuda, and whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda remains committed to maintaining and deepening its long-standing friendship and cooperation with the government and people of the United States of America, while preserving its sovereign right and constitutional responsibility to determine the conditions under which any person who is not a national of Antigua and Barbuda may be admitted to or remain within the country, and whereas the House of Representatives considers it appropriate to establish the principles and safeguards within the government of Antigua and Barbuda, may continue its engagement and negotiations with the government of the United States of America on this matter. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honorable House, 1. The government of Antigua and Barbuda is authorized to continue to engage and negotiate with the government of the United States of America concerning the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of nationals of third countries in the spirit of friendship and cooperation, and with full regard for the sovereignty, laws, security, capacity, and national interest of Antigua and Barbuda. 2. Antigua and Barbuda will not accept any standing, automatic, or open-ended program for the transfer or reception of third country nationals, nor any arrangement under which the United States of America is entitled to transfer a predetermined number of persons without the prior approval of the government of Antigua and Barbuda in each individual case. 3. Any person proposed for transfer shall be considered solely on a case-by-case basis, and Antigua and Barbuda shall retain complete sovereign discretion to approve or refuse any proposed person. 4. Only such limited number of persons, if any, as the government of Antigua and Barbuda determines can responsibly be accommodated may be considered, having regard to the country's absorptive capacity, public resources, national security, domestic and international law, and the availability of adequate funding and support. 5. No person shall be approved for transfer unless that person satisfies the eligibility criteria determined by the government of Antigua and Barbuda. The government is satisfied on the basis of sufficient information provided in advance as to that person's identity and suitability for consideration, and satisfactory written arrangements have been made concerning such matters as the government considers necessary, including documentation, funding, reception, accommodation, support, legal status, long-term responsibility, and where applicable, onward or return arrangement. 6. Antigua and Barbuda shall retain the right to refuse any persons proposed for transfer, to deny admission to any person who has not been approved or in respect of whom information provided is materially incomplete or inaccurate, and to require appropriate arrangements for the prompt return or onward transfer of any such person at no cost to the government or people of Antigua and Barbuda. 7. Any arrangement shall provide for the costs arising from the transfer, reception, accommodation, maintenance, health care, administration, security, onward movement, or return of persons accepted under the arrangement, to be met through funding arrangements agreed in advance to the satisfaction of the government of Antigua and Barbuda, so that the implementation of the arrangement does not impose an undue financial burden on the government or people of Antigua or Barbuda. 8. The government of Antigua and Barbuda, where it considers it appropriate and in the national interest, agree to the participation of an international organization or other competent third party in the implementation of any arrangement, provided that the nature and the scope of that participation, including its responsibilities, finding, and accountability, are agreed in writing to the satisfaction of the government of Antigua and Barbuda. 9. Antigua and Barbuda shall retain the right to suspend or discontinue its participation in any arrangement, in whole or in part, whenever the government considers such action necessary to protect the sovereignty, security, laws, capacity, or national interest of Antigua and Barbuda. 10. The principles set out in this resolution shall constitute the framework within which the government of Antigua and Barbuda is authorized to continue its engagement and negotiations with the government of the United States of America. Within that framework, the government may negotiate and agree such detailed terms, procedures, and safeguards as it considers necessary or desirable in the national interest. 11. No transfer of any person to Antigua and Barbuda shall take place unless and until the government of Antigua and Barbuda is satisfied that the necessary legal, operational, financial, and administrative arrangements have been agreed in writing, and that the proposed transfer is consistent with the principles established by this resolution. 12. For the avoidance of doubt, the adoption of this resolution shall not constitute approval by the Parliament of any draft operating procedures or other proposal presently under consideration, nor shall it by itself authorize the transfer of any person to Antigua and Barbuda. Again, or that the entire resolution has been read. I'll simply do the closing section again, no therefore. Or is that necessary? No, it's not. All right, so again, we have had a division on the resolution, and so that decision is carried. All right? Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I know that it's pretty late now, but...
Prime Minister, the kitchen since...
yeah, I know.
Said that they 1:30. No, I'm just advising that they have said that.
Sure, but another 10 minutes, and we'll be out of here,
just
Mr. Speaker. The first bill, I want to move the second and third readings, Mr. Speaker, of the Airport Administration Charge Bill of 2026. And, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing here, we are increasing the airport administration charge by 10 US. All right, Mr. Speaker, I'm told that we have to do a suspension first, so I apologize. So I move the suspension of standing orders 59A, 59B, and 63 to enable the House to proceed with the second and third readings of the following bill for an act shortly entitled the Airport Administration Charge Amendment Bill 2026.
Second motion, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the relevant section of the standing order be suspended to enable the bill shortly entitled the Airport Administration Charge Amendment Bill 2026 to be read a second and third time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, I move the second and third readings of the following bill for an act shortly entitled the Airport Administration Charge Amendment Bill 2026. As I said before, Mr. Speaker, we are adding 10 US to the Airport Administration charge, and this is to achieve some degree of automaticity of funding for various institutions within the region. This is a decision that has been taken at the level of the OECS, and even within CARICOM, heads have agreed that as far as practicable, countries should move towards some form of automaticity of payment, because what has happened, tens of millions of dollars in payables or receivables in the case of CARICOM and OECS would have developed over the years. And Antigua and Barbuda has been one of the countries that would have had, I'd say, perennial arrears for decades, not just recently, but for decades. So within the OECS, we have agreed to add $2.50 to assist with the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority. Now, this is especially important as we seek to regain Category 1 status. And if Liat and other airlines will be able to fly into U.S. territories to include the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and even the U.S. mainland, we will have to restore Category 1 status. There are many people in the U.S. Virgin Islands who have petitioned us to try and get flights directly between the Virgin Islands and Antigua and Barbuda, and even OECS countries, because, as you know, the Virgin Islands consists primarily of OECS nationals. But again, we cannot achieve that unless we restore Category 1 status. So ECA has done an excellent job, and I certainly want to commend the director, Mr. Whitaker, in which they have cured most of the gaps that were found by ECA. And later this year, there's going to be an assessment by the FAA, and we're hoping that we will have a restoration of Category 1 status before the end of the year. However, in order to maintain Category 1 status, ECA has to be properly funded. And again, other than Antigua and Barbuda, ECA has not been properly funded. And the reason why they have gotten consistent monies from us, we have allocated the navigation fees to them, but it is still not sufficient because they want to build a new headquarters and so on. They have not been able to provide enough space to adequately staff ECA. So it requires a new headquarters to be built here in Antigua and Barbuda. That requires funding. And if we're going to make our contribution in assisting them, at least to have the kind of cash flows in which they can service a loan to build out a decent headquarters, then clearly this initiative becomes extremely important. So at least $250 of the $10 is going to go to ECA. And we also want to generally give some support to air transport and to regional integration movements, let's say, to the OECS and to CARICOM, and to be in a position to more regularly make our payments to these institutions in which we have significant arrears. Again, as I said, this is a regional push, and we have decided to be a first mover here so that we can address the chronic delinquency, while at the same time having some cash flows to deal with climate resilience and also to have enough resources that we can properly maintain our airport. In fact, we just spent approximately $55 million to repair and expand the airport, and there are further works to be done. So having this increase is important as well for the continued maintenance of the airport. I recommend this very small increase of 10 US, and it doesn't affect regional individuals, Mr. Speaker. So there's no increase in the regional charge. This is for individuals traveling external of Antigua and Barbuda, external of the region. And it will affect Antiguans too. So if you're traveling to North America, you pay the extra 10 US, and those who are coming in pay the extra 10 US. I recommend this bill to this Honorable House's consideration.
There be any debate on this bill?
We have made some changes, clause 3, which we will address in committee stage. Nothing in terms of the quantum of monies to be collected. So we'll explain in due course the precise amendments that we'll make during committee stage. And I therefore recommend this bill to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. So, anybody second the committee of the whole House?
Second.
Contrary-wise, the same? No? It has been carried. The bill now stands referred to a committee of the entire House to be considered clause by clause.
This is WTP Radio, 93.5 FM, coming to you from the biggest village in Little Antigua.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Think the ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
The question is that clause 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of section 10, environmental charge.
Yes, Mr. Chair. On the 3.2, sir, the authority shall pay to the Climate Resilience and Development Fund the amount of 12% of the total, insert the word total, total, before revenue collected, and under section 3, subsection 2, section 10 of the Acts amended by, take out adding, inserting after subsection 2, subsections as follows. Okay? 3, 50% of the total revenue collected under subsection 2. They're noted here, but she'll tell you. And under 3, subsection 4, an amount of US $2.50 per charge of the amounts collected under items 1A and 1B of the first schedule shall, and the word B is inserted there. And those, Mr. Chairman, are the changes.
Clause 3 as amended.
The question is that clause 3 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4, amendment of the first schedule.
The question is that clause 4 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5, amendment of section 13, amendment of the schedules.
The question is that clause 5 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House will now resume. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to report that a bill shortly entitled the Airport Administration Charge Amendment Bill 2026 has passed through the committee stage with minor amendments. I move the adoption of the report of the committee on the bill.
Second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the report of the committee on the bill with minor adjustment be adopted. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Airport Administration Charge Amendment Bill of 2026 be read a third time and passed accordingly.
Second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Airport Administration Charge Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time.
An act to amend the Airport Administration Charge Act 2012, number 3 of 2012, and for other connected purposes.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the suspension of Standing Orders 59A, 59B, as well as 63, to enable the House to proceed with the second and third readings of the following bill for an act shortly entitled the Banking Amendment Bill of 2026.
Second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the relevant section of the standing order be suspended to enable the bill shortly entitled the Banking Amendment Bill 2026 be read a second and third time. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second and third readings of the following bill for an act shortly entitled the Banking Amendment Bill of 2026. Mr. Speaker, we have held discussions in the public domain for several months about how we treat with abandoned property in the banking system. And what we're doing now, we're amending the Banking Act to put a new framework in place to deal with abandoned property within the banking system. So it will cover deposits as well as items in safety deposit boxes that may have been left unattended and unaccounted for after many years. The current regime, Mr. Speaker, is that after about 10 years, you have a situation in which the funds, any abandoned property, is sent to the central bank. And after about 20 years, those funds literally now can be confiscated, they're abandoned. But no action was ever taken. In fact, we're now strengthening the regime in that even if the funds are utilized, because we have in a new regime now in which those funds can be paid over to the central bank, to the government, the respective governments. But if the governments were to utilize those funds, the depositors will have a claim into perpetuity for the deposit. As it stands now, that claim ends after 20 years. And technically speaking, the governments now can actually receive those funds. Now, we've been told that within the OACS currency union, there are about $48 million in unclaimed deposits over 30 years. So these are not just deposits that just became unclaimed overnight. In many instances, you have individuals who may have died, had no relatives, no claim for their assets. But what we're doing now, we're putting a regime in place now that if you have a beneficiary these funds are now transferred to the government, and the government utilize those funds, provided that beneficiary or representative of the estate can prove that those funds belong to the estate, then the funds can be claimed now. So we are actually now strengthening it to protect any future claim. So if, for example, a member of Barbuda, Mr. Speaker, would have found that his late father forgot a few $1 million in a bank account. or it may have been hidden for some particular purpose. Remember, whereas now he can't make a claim because I believe his dad would have died over 20 years. We're now making it possible for the member of Barbuda to make a claim. I'm just using him as an example. I notice I said if. I'm not saying I know that the distinguished former minister, Reuben Harris, may have had $2 million in deposits or a few $1 million in deposits. I'm just using it as an example to show how we're strengthening the legislation so that individuals can make a claim in the future. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, during my tenure as chairman of the Monetary Council, I've said to the governor and to others, look, man, we can't have money sitting down there idle, $50 million and we want money to develop the region. Now, we have this big push initiative, an initiative of the governor. And I've said to the governor time and time again, big push needs money. If you don't have the money, you can't push nothing. It'd be a small push or no push. But of course. So the argument goes beyond unclaimed deposits. You know, I've said to the governor and to my colleague monetary council members, I said to them, look, we have been bragging from time immemorial how our currency is so well backed. 99% backing ratio. Right now it's about 98%. But they're not doing that for us. First of all, the minimum threshold is 60. And if you're operating at about 80%, that is acceptable. At no point can I recall we fell below 90, not even during the period of COVID, which was one of our most challenging economic periods. So I've said to our colleagues, look, why we don't use maybe 5 to 7% of the $6 billion that the central bank has overseas in the United States, building the United States economy, use a small percentage of it to help to fund development within the OECS region. And I've said to them, we can prioritize food security and energy security. So if, for example, we transition into renewables, and let's say the central bank decided to make available 7% as an example, Mr. Speaker, that can raise just about $500 million. And if we get maybe a $30 million out of that, and we can add maybe another 30, we can buy a significant renewable energy plant to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and do not have to be subject to the vagaries of the movements in fossil fuel energy, and also the spikes in not only the instability but the increased spikes in the cost of energy. And that in itself will also reduce the amount of foreign exchange leakage, which will help to strengthen the currency. So it's a win-win for everybody. I have to admit that after a number of discussions in the last year, our meeting there in Dominica a few days ago, I think we finally have a consensus that a small percentage, and it's a very prudent decision. We're not being cavalier. We're not telling him to go and take 50% of the reserves, the next thing, the currency not properly backed. It's a small percentage, 5 to 7%, and let's put it into the economies to build stronger, more resilient economies, economies in which we can address our vulnerabilities to include food security and energy security. So we now have a consensus, or a decision for that matter, that the central bank now will do the necessary. We may have to come back here to make an amendment to the Banking Act to facilitate that type of intervention by the central bank. I've said to the governor, look, central banks generally, you know, they're like lenders of last resort to the commercial banking system. And sometimes, in the case of our central bank, they give a little monetary support, temporary overdrafts and so on, short-term overdraft to member governments. But I said now that the central bank has to now become a strategic investor in regional development. Because, you know, generally speaking, well-developed central banks in the developed countries, they use all sorts of monetary policies to make interventions, to tame inflation, you know, to increase the money supply or decrease it accordingly. Our central bank doesn't have that level of sophistication. So they're collecting these deposits, they're just stacking them overseas. And occasionally they make a little adjustment to the interest rate, but outside of that, they do not have a lot of policy tools, despite the fact that they are responsible for monetary policy. So, as I said to them, they can earn the keep and be an even more effective central bank by making these strategic interventions to help us to spur greater growth and development. Now, what we want to do is to move the region from a collective value of $25 billion up to $50 billion within the next 10 years. But again, that is what the governor referred to as the big push. Okay, fine, where's the money? And again, if we can get, and we're not asking for a gift, we're asking for loans. I even said to the governor that, look, we could make those loans denominated in foreign currency, in US dollars, because practically all the reserves are in US dollars, and pay back the money in US dollars, so that what will happen as we pay back for the loan, you will have a situation in which they're replenishing the reserves. So if the reserves at 90% after the intervention, it will build back up from the repayments. And generally speaking, I have no doubt that if you're looking at an energy plant, consumers will pay for it. And what we will benefit from cheaper energy, we'll benefit from more reliable energy, while at the same time addressing our climate commitments to reduce our carbon footprint. So it's just a win-win for everybody. As I said to him, look, it's common sense, If you're going to just stick to the conventional wisdom that you learn at university in terms of the role of a central bank, then the central bank will not serve the best interests of the region. And I keep telling people too now, even in terms of our economic policy, we have our own homegrown economic policy, our policies, because, you see, these economic models were developed in large countries where you have near-perfect competition. And those models were not developed for small countries with limited resources, taking into consideration our own idiosyncrasies and our vulnerabilities. And therefore, our model is somewhat of a hybrid capitalist model that calls for the broad empowerment of our people. So, for example, if we were to use those funds from the central bank to invest into an energy plant, there's no way that we want to go and give a private entity the right to come and sell us fuel at an expensive rate and then turn our economy into an extractive economy. So instead of us benefiting from the savings, the money's been repatriated. We want to have a situation in which the government uses that money to be a significant investor, and then we can also broaden the investment to the extent that someone like the member for Barbuda can put in $1 million and buy some shares. And by so doing, the profits will be retained in our economy. And that is what our model is about. It's about ownership. We believe very strongly that ownership is empowerment. So having the central bank playing this kind of role, it can help to catalyze investments, stimulate domestic investments as well, broaden public ownership, broaden individual ownership as well, and just help to empower people and to facilitate more robust growth and development within the OASIS sub-region. So this is one of the other areas in which we're trying to free up some funding by making the adjustments here so that these abandoned properties, they now will move from the central bank to the government. In the case of Antigua and Barbuda, I think that we have about $38 million in unclaimed deposits. If the central bank says, you know what, we want to hold on to $5 million of it for any claims, that's fine. You give us $33 million. There are lots of things that we can do with $33 million. Rather than having the money sitting idly, we are coming up with creative ways to show the central bank how the central bank can play a more important role in regional development. And again, this is the quality of the governance that you're getting out of Antigua and Barbuda, literally using our creativity. And as I said to them, I'm not interested in the mundane discussions. For the last decade, I go to the Monetary Council, man spending hours talking about the same issue, regurgitating the same issue, just making you tired. I said, let's talk strategy, let's deal with the big push, and let's decide how we're going to fund it. Let us confine these discussions. We'll dispense of the mundane within a couple hours and use the time looking at strategy and to make the central bank more relevant, more effective, and certainly far more creative so that it can play a better role in the development of our country and at the same time helping to fuel more robust growth and development. Having said that, we're not being reckless, so we'll make sure that at any given point that we have a 90% backing ratio. And if, for example, that the central bank members, including the government, are very concerned, we can even have a clause to say that, you know what, if the ratio falls, let's say below 80%, that it can call a portion of the loans to get it back up. So we accelerate the payments. These are mechanisms that we can put in place, protective mechanisms to make sure that at all times our currency is properly backed, because we recognize the importance of that. So, Mr. Speaker, the only other issue is the safe deposit boxes that after 10 years, these will be forfeited to the Crown. But again, the the beneficiaries could make a claim. If, for example, they have items, let's say, for example, they're gold bars and they are to be sold, they'll have to be sold at public auction. And then there's a special fund, forfeiture fund, to be established by the government, and those funds have to be placed in that, that fund. It's called a Safe Deposit Box Liquidation Fund, and that too will remain for 10 years. So after you sell items, remain in that fund for 10 years. So we're not just trying to go and confiscate people's money. We're not trying to steal people's money. We are trying to unlock idle money and to use that money for the development of our respective countries. Mr. Speaker, I recommend this amendment to the Banking Act, which obviously will redound to the benefit of the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. I recommend the amendment to this Honourable House for its consideration.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Barbuda.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a short contribution to the Banking Act. Very short. Just a couple of questions. I was just wondering what informed the 10 years in terms of reducing it to 10 years. Okay. And it's a reasonable period. Because okay, so because you have another 10 years to make the, all right. So I was just wondering that, Mr. Speaker. I mean, when I saw the reduction, I was just wondering what informed that. And Mr. Speaker, I do agree that we need to not necessarily have idle funds around. I don't think that is something that is very palatable at this time. But I think the government's policy, and I'm very interested, that's why I actually stood up on this, in terms of renewables. Because, Mr. Speaker, I think, and I've said this in several budget debates, that I think the government should move fully, you know, we have moved a bit, fully to renewables, Mr. Speaker, where the cost to the average Antigua and Barbudan will be very low, I mean, affordable. Right, so you'll have backup and you'll have maybe a hybrid, right? And the second thing is, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very short, is that we must control it. It must not be outsourced. Okay, so I would say no more because you know what I know. But at the end of the day, this is something that, and you know I've said this in my brother's presentation all the time. All right, the time has come, Mr. Speaker, for things to evolve. Right? Things must evolve, all right? And again, the whole world is calling for this, and I think if the government makes this as a policy and move towards it, even with the reserves that you're talking about, those are the kind of things that people want to hear and see. You know what I mean? Those are the type of policies that we can support, because we can see the benefit of things like that happening, improving their lives, sustainability for our country and all that kind of thing, all right? But the whole question that I've seen perpetuating where we just roll over the dice and so on, the time has come for us to throw the dice. You can't just roll it over anymore. All right? So, Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the initiative because I think it's a good one. It's something that, again, will allow Antigua and Barbuda footprint to be recognized internationally for that type of stuff. And the boldness for moving away from the alley that we have been going down for the last 35 years. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I only have one member to thank for his contribution, the member Barbuda. You can be gracious about me thanking you, you know. In fact, my colleagues over here say that Saul has turned Paul on the road to Damascus. So I want to say to my colleagues over here, y'all must continue to beat sense into him, yeah? It works. Mr. Speaker, without any further consideration, I recommend this bill to this Honourable House, to a committee of the whole House, to be considered clause by clause.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Banking Amendment Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
An act to the Banking Act 2015, number 10 of 2015, and for other incidental and connected purposes.
The bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause.
This is WTP Radio, 93.5 FM,